we have a busy schedule today, but at noon we're going to lose quorum for variances. So we are going to adjust the schedule a bit so that we can hear the variance request applications first. And those will be announced as they come. Thank you so much. Virgilio?
All right, so good morning, everybody. I can confirm we have 5 members present, so we do have a quorum. We have Mayra Butakavoli, Scott Diffenderfer, Sarah Giller Nelson, Laura Lewin, and Sam Sheldon. Shauna Meyer is not here today, so.
Yeah, do you want me to read it? Okay.
Let's move on. Yep.
All right. Good morning, everyone. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with quorum of the board physically present at the City of Miami Beach City Hall City Commission chambers and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform webinar. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499 and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must click the raise hand icon if they're using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they're participating by phone. Now, before I swear in those that are testifying, I'm going to read into the record the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a city, on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you must register as a lobbyist with the city clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. That includes architects, attorneys, or employees representing an applicant or an objector. You do not have to register as a lobbyist in 3 limited circumstances. 1, if you're speaking only on behalf of yourself and not any other party. 2, if you are testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting. 3, if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance to express support or opposition to any item. That said, expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Now, if you're physically present, please stand and raise your right hand. Virtual speakers will be sworn in at the time of their presentation. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be given in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You guys may sit down, and you may proceed.
Okay, so the first item with a variance is 1801 Alton Road, but I believe the attorney's not here yet, or should we move on to the next item? Next one? Okay.
Oh, do we need to approve the minutes?
Oh, I apologize, yes. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
Second.
Okay, Mr. Sheldon and Ms. Butakavoli, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And Ms. Meyer's absent. Okay, so the next item with a variance would be DRB 24-0994. That's for the Standard Hotel, 40 Island Avenue, 1 Ferry Lane and 2 Ferry Lane. So an application has been filed requesting design review approval for the renovation of the existing building on the western portion of the subject property, including updated finishes and appearance, and for the construction of a new 5-story hotel and multifamily residential building on the eastern portion of the subject property, including variances for the required sum of side yard setbacks, and to allow for the aggregation of 3 contiguous lots, and including 1 or more waivers to replace existing structures. So the applicant is proposing new construction on the site of the Standard Hotel. They will be replacing the eastern wing of the building with a new 5-story building that will contain hotel units, and then the upper floors will have 6 residential units. The front of the building is remaining. The entrance building, which is 3 stories, designed and built in 1950, will be remaining as part of this development. The new building will also include parking spaces on the ground floor. Currently, there is no parking on the site, so parking is happening in Sunset Harbor, and the valet operations are very complicated, so this will facilitate the operations of the building. The additional lots that are being added on 1 and 2 Ferry Lane are intended to include a driveway which will go into the parking garage area. Given the existing facade, there's really no other location where a driveway could go into this garage, so that's why those 2 lots are being added. A variance is being sought for those to add those 2 lots. There is a limit in the RM1 district of 2-lot aggregation. In this case, they're adding 3 lots. They're aggregating 3 lots. The 2 lots, 1 and 2 Ferry Lane, are pretty small, so actually the 2 together equal 1 standard lot. So that is a practical difficulty, that the lots are not standard lots. So that is a practical difficulty. And then for the sum of side yards, the variance for sum of side yards, because they're adding those 2 lots, that increases the width of the property. They are complying with individual side setbacks, but the sum of side yard setbacks increases to the point where it is a practical difficulty and they will not be able to comply. The existing buildings that are there do not comply with the sum of side yard setbacks. So they're basically keeping a continuing nonconformance that already exists on the site. The proposed new building is in a contemporary style. Staff is supportive of the design, which I'm sure the applicant will go through the details of the design. Additionally, they are requesting a waiver. The ground floor of the new building is for parking, and so the code requires that you have 12 feet above the design flood elevation for future adaptation, but because it is just being used for parking, they are requesting a waiver and reducing that to 10 feet. So staff is supportive of the waiver and the 2 variances. The applicant does have a code amendment that is being considered. They do have some code issues with the site. Because they're introducing residential uses, it's technically an apartment hotel. Apartment hotels are not a permissible use in the RM1 district, so they do have a code amendment in progress to address that issue. They also have an amendment in progress that would address the issue of the 3-lot aggregation, but in this case, they're seeking a variance, which is acceptable. I believe those are the major issues, is just the code issues that they have moving forward, and so as a result of that, they did submit a hold harmless agreement to the city. If that code amendment does not pass, they'll either have to rework the project or they won't be able to proceed with the project as is. So with that, staff recommends that the Design Review Board approve the application and the waivers and the variances.
So good morning, Madam Chair, Board Member Staff, Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. I'll tell you that this is one of the longest applications I've worked on. It's taken about a year and a few months actually to get to hearing before you, but it was worth all the effort it took. The design improved. Our relationship with our neighbors are great. We took great efforts to try to reach out to everyone. And as a result, I think you'll see like positive uniform support from all of our neighbors today. And as you know, the standard is a gym in Miami Beach, so everyone cares about the standard. You can't do anything with the standard and not have a range of opinions about whether it's right or wrong. So we think we're very much right in what we're proposing. And so could the presentation be pulled up, please?
I'm actually having trouble downloading the presentation from the agenda.
Yeah.
Does anybody else?
That's what you gotta
The letter of support
do. Click on where are you?
here.
There.
Presentation.
Click on it.
I mean, I'm happy to
You want me to
look
go-
at here. I don't know, is that something that, I'm wondering if that's gonna happen with the other applications?
Let me see if I can get to
Presentation.
it on here.
I can hold Madam Chair until you're done. Like this is important. So you guys need to see it. So
Well, we can do it on here.
I mean, all the other files, I downloaded.
She was able to do it.
Oh, okay, maybe they fixed it. Okay, sorry for, I think I clicked on the, yeah, see, it's at 0.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
It seems to be loading on mine. If you hit click, there's a little eyeball.
I can just look at the, I have the items that were
You want
updated.
the actual plans, right?
I mean, I have the files that were updated previously, the different, all the different architectural, but just not the actual presentation, but
Oh, go ahead.
If you
I'll be okay.
copy, we can.
sure.
You
Thank
want
you. Thank you.
Just don't page ahead, please, let me. Okay, next slide, please. So, again, good morning. We're here with a great team to present to you all today. We have Kobe Karp and Matt Picard from Kobe Karp Architecture. We have Big Architecture with Dominica from Big, from their New York City office. We have Chris Cowley, our landscape architect, Joaquin Vargas, our traffic engineer, Jaime and Samantha from Integra. They're our owner's rep, project managers. And last but not least is Nick Rodriguez, my colleague from my law firm, who kept the trains running on time this whole year and some months. So thank you, Nick, for that. Next slide. So the standard property is a pie-shaped lot on the north side of Belle Isle. It's about 2.3 acres with Ferry Lane 1 and 2, adds about 5,500 square feet to that acreage amount. The hotel building itself is a U-shaped building with 2 wings and a center structure. We have a 1-story east wing, which is proposed to be redeveloped, a 2-story west wing that will be renovated and preserved, and then a 3-story center structure facing Island Avenue that will be preserved. The owners have also purchased Ferry Lane 1 and 2, which is in the bottom right-hand corner, in order to develop on-site parking without demolishing any part of the iconic center structure in order to have a driveway there. Next slide. So the existing structure of the property have evolved over time, as is the case in many buildings in Miami Beach. The original hotel was designed by Norman Giller and was a classic MIMO motel, similar to what you'd find on the Upper East Side in the MIMO district in Miami or in North Beach. Originally, there was a driveway along the east side leading to a surface parking lot between the east wing and the homes on Ferry Lane. Next slide. In 1960, the original 1-story south wing was demolished and the property was redeveloped as the Lido Spa Hotel. According to the city records, A. Herbert Mathis designed the 1960s 3-story center structure that we all recognize today as we're driving or walking by on the Venetian Causeway. Next slide. Today, the standard is a wellness oasis known for its Hammam Spa and bayfront pool deck. The hotel is the opposite of the party hotels of South Beach, focusing more on creating a lively yet tranquil place on the shores of Biscayne Bay. The standard is a beloved part of the Belle Isle community, and many of its members live nearby and use the hotel as an extension of their homes on Belle Isle. Next slide. So the application today contains 4 different requests. The first is the design review approval for the proposed East Wing redevelopment that will contain 50 modern hotel rooms and 6 large residential units. Next is a design waiver to allow a clearance height of 10 feet 2 inches between base level elevation plus minimum freeboard and the ceiling of the roof of the parking area. Next is a variance to allow some of the side yard setback of 30 feet 5 inches where 37 feet 2 inches is required. And lastly, a variance to allow the aggregation of Ferry Lane 1 and 2 into the overall property for the purpose of vehicular circulation. Staff is recommending approval of all of our application requests. We accept all the staff's conditions. We will get into more detail about the waiver and variances once you all have seen the design. But before turning over the design to Kobe and Dominica, we want to highlight this application represents a 1.5 years of collaboration with the Belle Isle Resident Association and adjacent neighbors. We are required by code to disclose any agreements with neighbors involving any type of consideration, whether monetary or non-monetary. We've submitted the disclosure letter into the record and are happy to explain we've entered into agreements with the Belle Isle Resident Association, which involve monetary consideration, the Sager family, who own a budding property at 8 Century Lane, which involved non-monetary consideration, the Foxman family, who own a budding property at 7 Century Lane, which involved non-monetary consideration, as well as the owners of 6 and 7 Ferry Lane, that also involve non-monetary consideration. We have built support for this application through our efforts of outreach, including a very well-attended online community meeting. We sent a personal notice of this virtual community meeting to every unit and home in Belle Isle and had over 120 people attend our online presentation. We also held a small gathering for Century and Ferry Lane residents at the Standard last Tuesday to answer any last questions about the project. There are significant benefits to residents associated with this application, including the addition of on-site parking, which will reduce traffic on the Venetian Causeway by eliminating the valet trips to and from the valet storage lot in Sunset Harbor, and the creation of a loading dock internal to the property. We are doing this while not expanding the room count of the hotel, which will remain fixed at 105 rooms. Overall, the application has given the Standard a chance to reconnect with its neighbors and come up with compromises to improve operations and preserve the longevity of the hotel. While it may be impossible to make everyone happy, we are proud of all the efforts we have made and support we have obtained. The design that you'll see is a collaboration between Big and Kobe Karp's office. Big came up with the design concept, and Kobe and his team molded it to meet the city's code standards. Now I'm going to turn it over to Dominica from Big's New York City office to introduce you to the design.
Good morning, everyone. Well, within the constraints of the permitted zoning envelope, the new east wing rises 4 stories above the floodplain. Its west-facing facade leans back ever so slightly to allow more light to the existing grounds of the Standard Garden. The pleated exterior of the building directs views from the building interior towards the water and the bay. And drawing on the tradition of bungalow-style architecture, the design seeks to seamlessly integrate within the immediately adjacent surrounding neighborhood and a distinctive character and sense of place and destination that Miami Beach is. Thank you.
And now we're going to have Kobe Karp come up and walk you through the design.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and I think that since staff represented the project so well as Dominica and Michael, I don't have anything else to say, really. As you can see, the project here, we have the boards in front of you, and let me see if I can push this forward. This is the existing building that we are proposing for demolition and sketched in red. This is the massing that Dominica has mentioned that is stepping back, meaning that as we ascend up the building, we are stepping back the building to let more light and air into it. Bless you. As you can see, this is the axonometric. The axonometric shows how it is that the residential units are on top, and then we have the hotel rooms below. And of course, we have the additional parking, which allows us, which is the unique solution here. And as been mentioned, we have reviewed this with staff and the neighbors. This is an image from the water, which shows what the public spaces would look like. This is a bit more of the diagram of it. And this is an aerial to show it in context. And what's nice about the residences on top is also that you have the rooftop amenity areas that allows you to have the building look all the way around. So the opportunity here, more so than ever before, is to have the building become more architecturally part of the neighborhood and open up to all sides. And that is what the imagery is like. And this is the aerial in context. The most important thing is that the rooftop amenities here are for the residential and for the end users. We clearly have the existing central garden spaces being improved. We have the existing gardens being updated, the landscape architecture, both meeting Island Avenue and the neighbors, and the bay has substantially been improved. This shows you how it is that we are looking to essentially bring the vehicles into the ground level of the structure. And this is the circulation and the drop-off and the loading. And this is the drop-off for the lobby, which now creates a much better solution. Here you can see the angled walls and their relationship to the garden. And as we ascend up the building, we also have the new hotel rooms as well as the public spaces with the rooftop penthouses residential component, which makes it a more unique building, because right now you are more in context with the neighborhood, not only architecturally, but also from a functioning standpoint, meaning that you have the residential component as part of the hotel. And that also helps us to look into the future and make it a more sustainable solution, as it will continue to help us preserve this architecture and the existing facades of the building in perpetuity. As you can see in the materials and the vertical elements that we have taken, is that we have implemented materials and finishes. Obviously, Dominica and her team have been very involved in the materials that we have here. And we really are looking to create a very quiet residential destination. This is the clearances that Michael was referring to. And you can clearly see through the package that you have is how it is that we have worked with staff and the neighbors as well as to implementation of the landscaping on all the way around from Island Avenue to our adjacent neighbors. With that, I'll wrap up and be quiet with any questions and or suggestions.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
So, Madam Chair, the remainder of the presentation, I'll just go through our request. And then I passed out conditions of approval for you all. If you have questions about them, they're based on negotiations and talks we've had with our adjacent neighbors on what they want to see in this order. So that's where all these conditions came from. But Kobe just went over the waiver request. Typically, the floor to ceiling height at the ground floor parking area is 12 feet, but you can seek a waiver reduce it to 10. We thought every foot counts to try to shrink the building a little bit. 2 feet matter, so that's why we're asking for that. With regard to what you're seeing right now, it's, Annette, can you put to 40? You want the waiver? Yeah, pass the waiver to 40. So here, the interior side yard setback for the new east wing, we're seeking a variance for that. The classic case law, if you look at Ferry Lane 1 and 2, that's where you measure the necessary width you need for the interior side yard setback. And when you include Ferry Lane 1 and 2, it inflates the size of our property. So thereby it inflates the setback area. But that's, so in our property, makes it unusually shaped, pie-shaped lot.
How much more time do you think you'll need?
That's really it.
I mean,
We're done. So. we'd like to
okay,
reserve
sure.
some time
I
for
mean,
rebuttal.
I can give you a few more minutes.
No, it's
Okay,
good.
thank
I
you.
think it's better that you all speak, so we're here.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes your presentation. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak? Oh, please come forward. Yep.
Good morning. I'm Gary Rugg, R-U-G-G, 20 Island Avenue on Belle Isle. And Michael was correct. It took a very long time to get here. And we have gotten here, and our association had a meeting for the entire island, and people came out because the Standard is a very popular place in our island. And I know when I moved in with my wife 12 years ago, we were surprised by the Standard and how many people go to the Standard from our development. We have 7 buildings as part of Belle Isle. And it did take a long time. We didn't want height. We didn't want booze at midnight or later. We were ready to argue with Michael. I've known Michael for many, many years, and we agree or disagree at different times. But he has worked with the board, our committee of people, and he has come up with a wonderful display and a wonderful design, and you've got top people working on this. So we're very excited about what it's going to look like. We know there's going to be noise. and it's going to take 2 to 3 years to get it all done. But we too feel that this is going to work out for us. We're going to have parking, no more blocking things. Even the deliveries will go through the parking area. So I'm here today to represent the group and say, let's move on. We think it's ready to go. And we've asked the questions that you will be asking. So we're very pleased about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And to clarify, Mr. Rugg, the building that you're in, it's next door, it's the multi-story building.
That's next to number 10 Venetian Way.
Okay.
We're a 14-story building,
On the other side. Okay.
all right? The one
Okay.
that we were worried about from the very beginning was Vistas,
Yeah.
which is a lower building, and it's right next to the Standard.
Yes.
So they have come along board with it and working as members of the Belle Isle Residents Association.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other members of the public? Please come forward.
Good morning, and thank you guys for your service. My name's Joanna Ferrone. I live at 9 Ferry Lane, and I have heard the word adjacent used in reference to the buildings across the street and across the park from the Standard Hotel. I will be looking at the new Standard Hotel every time I walk out my door. It's going to be about, 50 feet away. So I would call that more adjacent than the people who live all the way across the street. A lot of reference has been made to the fact that negotiations were going on with the community. The Belle Isle Residents Association has never represented me or most of my neighbors on Ferry Lane. I've never received any communication from them. I've never been invited to vote for the people who are, representatives on that board. I've never been in the least involved nor invited to be involved in the 15 years that I've lived on Ferry Lane. So to say that they represent the whole community is a stretch in my experience. I don't have an argument with Michael. He's such a lovely gentleman. I love the Standard. I have good friends that work there. I'm a good neighbor. They've been good neighbors. I think I've called maybe one time about the DJ booth that's just adjacent to, that's just on the water and kind of gets a little bit annoying sometimes and a little bit loud. I think I called the Standard once. I don't pick up the phone and call the city and complain. I called them and they take care of it. And that was just one time. So I've put up with a lot of stuff just because I have a very positive feeling toward that place. And I don't object to them wanting to progress and develop and do what makes, financial sense for them. I don't really have a problem with it. What I have a problem with is how this whole thing went down. I honestly have never seen these plans until today. I was invited to come last week for a cocktail with the people from Century and Ferry. It didn't fit my schedule. That was a little bit too late. Apparently, a negotiation happened. There was a settlement with a value of $1.27 million. I found out all this last week. I found out that the Standard is in negotiations or has closed a deal with Greg, the guy who has the empty lot. It's me, Steve, and Greg. Greg is right next to the Standard. He owns that property and the one across the street, which will be very close by.
I'm sorry,
And-
your time is up. Would you like one more minute to finish, or?
Yeah, let me have one more minute to finish. If I have an event at my house, I let my neighbors know because the cars are going to be coming down the street. There might be a little extra noise. They're likely to be inconvenienced, so I let them know. In this case, the negotiation has happened with everybody who lives way across the street and really is not going to be affected the way we are. We're going to have trucks, we're going to have construction dust, we're going to have a really uncomfortable situation for 3 years, and nobody bothered to come and speak with us, and nobody's giving us $1 million+ and I think it's patently wrong. So I would like for the Standard to come in good faith and speak directly to the people who are going to be directly impacted by their plans. And then we can support it under the right circumstances if we make sure that the hours of construction and that they're not going to bring trucks down the street where last time when they did the power thing, we've got a concave area in our street. It's about 15 feet wide and 15 feet the other way. Every time it rains, we have a puddle for 3 days. It's that deep. This is what happens. The last time they had a plan, they came to us. We talked about hours of operation. We talked about whether they could come by way of the back door or not, and what the parameters would be. They were very, very careful about making sure that we were good neighbors and that everybody was satisfied with how things were going to go down. That did not happen. I'm really just finding out about this in the last couple of weeks. It's crazy.
Thank you very much. We'll definitely take your thoughts into consideration. Any other members of the public? No?
We have two online if nobody's out in person. Nope, okay, should we go online? Scott Foxman?
Hi, Scott. Are you online?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes. Before you go on, I just need to swear you in quickly.
Okay.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
So my wife and I have lived next to the Standard on the water, 2 doors down, for 16 years. And the Standard's always been a good neighbor. We've actually stayed there. That's how we found our house, by staying there. We've had people put people up there, and historically, it's been a very good neighbor. In this case, we have a few issues with the Standard, and one of them is noise. So we approached them, and they came up with great solutions. You'll see as part of their disclosure, they're going to put a sound barrier. They limited any music after 8 o'clock at night. They moved the speakers from that end of the property. And they definitely adequately answered all of our issues. And, we're very supportive of the Standard doing well. And we now thoroughly approve of the project. I also agree with Joanne in one sense, too. The Belle Island Resident Association doesn't really represent us because we have different needs. And I'm with her in that they didn't approach us. Matter of fact, I approached them and didn't get anywhere. But that being said, I'm very much in favor, my wife and I are very much in favor of the project. And it was very easy to deal with Michael and Miguel. And that's it. If anybody have any questions for me, I'm glad to answer them.
Thank you very much.
Next person is Annette Lopez.
Hi, Annette. Are you online?
I am. Good morning.
Hi, good morning. I just need to swear you in really quickly before you continue. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
I am the attorney for the Sager family. They live at 8 Century Lane. It is directly adjacent to the Standard on the water. My client's property is on the west side of the Standard. I'm here on behalf of the Sagers to say that we have reviewed the plans, the proposed plans, as well as the development of the much needed on-site parking. And we are in support of the project. The traffic overflows from the Venetian. It's not just on the Venetian Causeway. It overflows into the adjacent streets, including my client's street on Century Lane. So this is a very welcomed project. We've had the opportunity to meet with the Standard Hotel team and to understand the changes that are occurring on the property. We've reviewed the plans, and we think it's going to be a positive contribution to the Belle Isle neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Is that the last person in line?
That's all we have online.
Okay, I'm now going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for discussion. Who would like to begin?
I'll start. Thanks for the presentation. I first want to start off to the neighbors that say they haven't heard anything. I used to be president of the Belle Isle Residents Association. For the record, I'm completely not involved anymore for the past 2 years, I think. But the notices that go out, the emails, you can always go to belleisleresidents.org, and the gossip that goes around that island. I've been hearing about so many proposals of projects in the last however many years. So I know this has been out there, Joe. I'm sorry, but it's been totally out there. Okay, I mean, I'm just telling you, Belle Isle residents. Okay, did you get a notice? We had notices go out to, well, anyway, I got a notice and I'm not even close to it, but. Okay. I'm really appreciative of the design of this project. I think it's really, I know you've worked really hard with the neighbors. I've had several people approach me about it and ask me questions, and again, I'm not involved with it. But so far, the feedback's been really, people have been very open-minded to this. I have to say that the landscaping is really important to me. The transparency of the building is really nice. And I cannot express enough how important I think the rooftop greenery is on low buildings surrounded by high rises. So I think that's really respectful of everybody looking at that from above. So anyway, I'm happy with the project. I support the variances due to the to what the whole project is for. I understand the traffic, the parking, all that. So I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you. Anyone else? A comment? Lauren?
I'll go unless you're ready. I concur with staff's analysis that the variances are warranted based upon the irregular shapes of the lots and the other factors identified in staff's report. And so I do intend to vote in favor of the grant of those two variances.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will echo that as well. I appreciate the renderings from Ferry Lane to see how this would interplay with the residents on that side. Yeah, I agree as well with the variance request. It seems like this is the exact situation where those are needed. So, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, from listening to your presentation and the review of the document submitted by staff, I agree with the two variances and the variance for the aggregation of the 3 lots based on that 2 of them are not even of full size, we'll call, and the variance for the side setbacks, which basically, Rogelio, if I understood correctly, it doesn't reduce the side setbacks as it exists today.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yep.
And then the waiver for the height on the parking garage. I will say that I don't know what goes on with Belle Isle Association and the residents that are not part of that association that live on the north side of the island. But to have called a meeting only a week ago of all of them is hard to accept because they are the ones mostly affected. But I see that 3 people or 2 people have come in and said that they are in agreement with it. I guess in the last week you had the opportunity to meet with them, Michael, and then the lady that came before us. I don't know how many more residents on Ferry Lane or Century Lane are there that do not know what's going on or do not agree with the development. I think it's a worthwhile project. Obviously, it makes sense, but the people affected need to be included in all of this, and I don't know how we can do that.
Well, I've known Joanne for a long time. I think the world of her. I think she's
This is
great.
Joanne. Okay.
And I'm very happy to sit down with her after the hearing, walk through the plans, and go through all the construction management conditions. I think that'll give her a lot of peace if I do that, and I will do that.
And how many more residents are in those two streets that are affected, besides the two that spoke today?
Well, bear in mind, a lot of them were at the meeting last week. I think Ferry Lane might have 11 home sites. Century Lane, I think, has about 4 or 5. And we have support from homeowners on Century Lane. Steve Rose is Joanne's neighbor. We have his support. And then the Mermelli, Kotze properties, we have their support. And Kim Martin is at 3 Ferry Lane, and she sits on the Belle Isle Residents Association Board, and she was at the meeting last week. We have her support. So again, I'm not going to quibble with Joanne if she feels disappointed in me that I didn't do enough outreach. I'm happy to sit down with her after this hearing and show her everything.
Okay. I think if maybe you sit with her and just go over a few things.
Happy to do
All
that.
right, I'm ready to make a motion if you want, I'm sorry. I thought you.
So I do know, based on the configuration of this, how are you going to manage the construction and all the construction workers and all of that?
Well, I think what Joanne remembers the most is that we had a terrible FPL transformer situation, which is on the northeastern corner of our property, and Ferry Lane's like a T at the end, so we had easy access, and that's where a transformer was. But here it's going to be a little bit different. I think that we can approach everything from Island Avenue, especially because we have Ferry Lane 1 and 2 to add to our construction circulation path. So I think everything will flow through there. We won't have to use Ferry Lane at all.
So the plan is, that's part of the initial demolition, or the two, you're going to start there and then work your way down. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and then do you know, Rahlia, they just built the Chabad building at the front in that same area. Were there any issues, like complaints that the city had received, or that was, is it hard? Was the challenges of keeping that area, I guess, as traffic-free as possible, can it be done in that area? Or is there any, lessons learned maybe from that can be passed on to this project?
I think there are two different total operations. The one does generate traffic on certain days of the week.
I mean during the construction.
During the construction, I think it's construction, so there's going to be difficulties. But the fact that they're creating this new driveway will ease that. And I think in the long run, you're not going to have the back and forth that happens today with the valet going to the Sunset Harbor garage and then back. So every time somebody goes with valet, I think they need to send 2 vehicles to bring the person driving the car back. So in the long run, you're going to end up with a lot less traffic and a lot less traffic circulation on this site. I think the construction, because of those 2 driveways, they're going to be able to manage it a lot better than what they could do if they didn't have those 2 extra sites. They likely would need to use that T access if they weren't adding the driveways. But it's construction, so I'm sure there will be,
Okay.
there's going to be trucks.
Yeah, and there's sort of a recourse or something if it does start, that street is very, very small, that it
Yeah.
does start to affect the residents, they can call the city and, okay.
And they are proffering some conditions on construction management. Staff is not opposed to these conditions. We're okay with including them in the order.
Okay.
Regarding the construction management, cleaning the areas, cleaning the vicinity during construction, so.
Okay.
We're okay with these conditions.
And the code compliance will monitor if needed. Okay. So I will say, I have to admit that when I first heard that improvements were going to be made to the hotel, I was very nervous because, like you said, this is a beloved location. I've spent it's my favorite place to go for my birthday. It's to bring people, when they come out of town. And I was really pleasantly surprised by the design. It's really beautiful. And it's not, I concerned with the height, but I know that on that section of Belle Isle has gotten a little bit higher and higher and higher. And I think that the transparency and the undulation, the rhythm, it's very beautiful. So thank you for that. That was my biggest concern, that, the character of the hotel would be affected. And so I'm hoping that it's not. And then even in the lobby, tell us, I know that's part of the scope of the work, what is going to be done to renovate that? Or is that not necessarily worked out in detail yet?
Not much.
Not much. We're looking
Okay,
to
good.
keep it as it is, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sarah.
Thank you. I wonder if there was any other questions I had. I think, the other question too, could you just bring up, just so we know exactly what we're getting in terms of the parts of the structure that are directly interacting with the residents on Ferry Lane? It seems you had written like a concrete brise de soleil as almost a fence along the rear, or along the
You want to see the rendering from the
yes.
Ferry Lane perspective?
Yes, there was a lot of.
Maybe get to that rendering if you could.
And then also the loading dock too. I also just want to make sure that as you're pulling up
Yeah,
Island Avenue, it's not just,
Is this the one you
trucks.
wanted, Madam Chair?
Oh, sure. Okay, so there's a lot of there anyway
Right.
that they're going to see. And the residents who are going to be now having this sort of new fence behind, this new concrete fence behind them, they're aware of what they're now getting.
Right.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it's a good project.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the 2 variances and waiver. Do I need to state which ones, Rogelio? No? Okay.
That's sufficient.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Butagawali, second by Mr. Sheldon. All those in
Nope.
favor?
Me,
By
Diffenderfer.
Mr. Diffenderfer.
Apologize.
Not that I wouldn't have seconded, he was just faster.
The hearing is going. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
I should also see too, I read part of the traffic study. And yeah, thank you for including the parking. I didn't realize how much more traffic that had.
It's gonna be
Yeah,
a big
that's
help.
gonna eventually be really nice. So
Yeah.
thank you for that.
For them in Sunset Harbor.
Yeah, everybody. Does anybody want to make a motion on the design for the application? Or did we do the waiver separately? The variance?
You already approved the variance and the waiver, so now we need one for the design. And if you'd like to include the conditions proffered by the applicant as well as part of the motion.
I'll make a
Yes.
motion. Approving the design and the conditions proffered by the applicants.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Mr. Diffenderfer, second by Ms. Lewin. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes.
Great, thank
Thank
you all so
you.
much for your time.
And thank you for the outreach that you have done
Right.
with the residents.
More to
Thank you.
do, more to do.
More to do. Okay. Should we go back to the 1801,
You're very welcome.
the other variance?
Is the representative for 1801 here, ready to go? Yep. Okay.
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 Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
Good
Aye.
morning.
All right.
Start.
Ready to start? Yep. Okay, An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new one-story commercial building, including a variance from the minimum landscape requirement bordering a temporary or provisional surface parking lot abutting a property line, street, or sidewalk, and one or more waivers replacing an existing two-story commercial building. This is file number DRB 24-1015, and it's related to 1801 Alton Road. This item came before the Design Review Board last month on September 3rd. The DRB discussed the item. They expressed some concerns to the applicant. They continued it to the October 1st meeting, which is today. So the applicant has since submitted some revised plans that staff has looked at. The DRB specifically last month had some concerns regarding that the site was underutilized. The design did not have significant enough presence on what is a major intersection. This is on 18th Street and Dade Boulevard and Alton Road. The paved parking areas proposed were excessive and that there were insufficient pedestrian circulation areas. The applicant has since submitted revised plans to address these concerns. So now with the revised plans, the sidewalks on Alton Road and Dade Boulevard now have a continuous width of 10 feet. So this reduces the scope of the proposed waivers. Entrances to the structure are inset with a covering, so they have a little more improved pedestrian access, improved pedestrian visibility to the entrances, improved visibility for pedestrians to the entrances of the building. The exterior materials and finishes have been modified and now include exposed textured concrete and aluminum louvers and a wood finish. The height has been slightly increased to improve the presence at the intersection, and the number of temporary parking spaces has been reduced in order to decrease the amount of overall amount of pavement, and also provide additional trees, plants in that area fronting Dade Boulevard. Staff believes that the proposed modification address the board's concerns and improve the presence of the building at the intersection on Dade Boulevard and Alton Road. Staff does agree that the site remains underutilized. However, we do expect that the applicant will come forward soon with a project to develop the remainder of the site that is currently used as parking areas. So overall, the revised plans are a significant improvement from what we saw last month, and staff is supportive of the application, including the proposed waivers and variances. Waivers and variance.
Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Mickey Marrero, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. With me, my colleague Emily Balter, our project architect Renee Gonzalez, and the property owner Dominic Cavagnolo. I appreciate you all giving me a few extra minutes. I had donuts with Dad with my daughter at school today, and I was able to make it and not scar her for life. So we're here. When I look at these applications, and we come the first time, whether it's this board, HPB, or other boards, a lot of times we in the team are very excited about that first submittal that's before you. And then what often happens, and what's happened here, at least for me, we look at your comments and the discussion that we had, we come back, and then we give you something slightly different. And I got to tell you, I think the whole team agrees, what we have before you today is certainly a big improvement. And we're very, very happy through the process that we've gotten to where we are. I don't necessarily want to tell the whole story again. I'm happy to if you all want to, but I know that you all understand, you were here last time. This is a unique situation. We have a tenant with Chase, an important tenant to our client, that because of their lease, we want to keep them there, we want to give them this new space. But ultimately, the goal here, and we agree that this project, if this was all that we were doing, is an underutilization of the site. But the reason we're doing it is step one in a grander plan to significantly redevelop this site. And we've been talking to staff a little bit, and that's coming soon. But because of our relationship with Chase, we do want to get this part moving. We're pretty excited about the revised version. I was going to kind of go through, piecemeal all these changes. Rogelio did that, and I think he did a good job going over them. I do think that your comments were well taken, and we did everything possible to address them in a way that we all believe this is a fantastic response and something we're all very proud of. With that, Renee is here, and if you have any questions for him on the design, on where he got, obviously we had a couple weeks to do this, and they were able to do, I think, an outstanding job in that short time. So if you have any questions for Renee, he's here. Also, Dominic is here, and Dominic is the owner, the longtime owner of this property. He lives 2 blocks away from the site. He's been a member of this community. He's involved with the association there, and he's involved with his building association. He's someone that's been involved in the community for a long time, and he really values his input to the community. So he wants to see this site become the special thing that we think it's going to be. And step one, like I said, is getting this approval moving so we could start working on the next phase. We think the sidewalks are wider, which I know is a concern to you all. Having the pedestrian element of covered spaces towards the entrance, we've done that. There's more landscaping, there's less parking. And frankly, forgetting all the conditions, it just, damn, looks better. It looks better, it looks more interesting, the materials are more exciting. So with that, we would, of course, entertain any questions you have, and we'd love to get an approval today so we can move this forward. So with that, any questions? And we're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? No? Anyone online?
No hands raised online.
Okay, great. I'm closing the public portion, opening it up to the board for comment. Who would like to start on the revised design?
I'll begin. Thank you.
Oh, are you going to show the presentation at all or
Oh,
run
no,
through it
I thought
quickly?
it was actually up already. I apologize. I got too excited. Why don't we just go ahead and put that up? I was really, I thought, was it up before? It wasn't? Oh.
No, it wasn't up the whole time.
That is my fault. I'm looking at it thinking it was up. I apologize. But that is what I wanted to start with. This is, well, go back one more. That's what you saw last month. There's no question, it's very different. I thought it was a nice building. Renee thought it was a nice building. I think we're both very proud of where we are today.
But we really took to heart the comment that it looked like a temporary structure. And, talking with Dominic and understanding, he's going to see this every day. And, we didn't want that to be kind of his kind of input to the community. So that was a really big push, and we appreciate that from the
Yeah, and while the balance of the site will be redeveloped, this will stay. This is the part that's going to remain. The building you see, Renee, go back a couple of, not that they,
Yeah, I mean, if you want to, I know I skipped ahead too, but if you want to go through it, to discuss the changes, please
let's
do.
that. Okay, so sure. So going back to this page. So the changes are, again, we're maintaining the existing lease with the bank tenant. We now have a continuous 10-foot sidewalk. There was a challenge to do that before. You all thought that was important. We understand that, so we included that. The height of the building is not drastically bigger, but it's a little bigger to create more of a prominence on the site. There's now architectural coverings allowing for cover for weather and an architectural element. There's less glazing, more textured concrete, aluminum louvers, wood finish, all things that make the building a little more interesting, a little more attractive. And there's less paving, less temporary spaces, more landscaping on the overall site. Those, I think, are the changes. Why don't you kind of go through? Yeah, here's a perspective from the corner and one more perspective from the side. And then and also one thing I didn't mention, I think it was discussed, wouldn't it be great to see a night rendering? What's it going to look like at night? How's it going to be lit? And that's what we also added to the presentation. So those are the changes. I think the variances are still there, but they're minimized because we do have now the 10 feet, so there's less area is requested in the variances. And those are really, Renee, anything you want to add on how you got to this modified version?
Yes, really, again, back to those comments where the landscape or the asphalt was an issue, and I believe one of the board members was really concerned, with that, like, could we just make it a tree bank? But obviously, we don't want to do that, but we wanted to definitely add, let me get to that landscape right there.
Yeah, if you could run us through the revised landscape and what you've done, have you reworked the parking
On the
lot?
revised landscape here, you can see along Dade Boulevard, we took out 5 spaces that were on the southeast and made that complete landscape. So it adds to the buffering of that temporary parking. We also added a median in the center of the parking, so it creates a one-way, so I don't know if I can zoom in on that, but
No.
It creates a one-way traffic for that temporary spaces that are alongside Chase, which just adds a little bit of, more accessibility to the site, which we wanted to keep because that just can allow some some patrons of Chase to actually utilize that parking and go directly to the building for the temporary time being. So we did add that buffer, and we did add that shade tree in the center median to really just kind of reduce that heat island effect, to reduce that asphalt coverage. So that was really important for us. But, in terms of, I know, Ms. Nelson, you didn't really like the roof But I think in this case, when it was paired with the temporary structure, it didn't fit. But now that we have, something, in the sense of, in the sense of this, we're dealing with textured concrete. And I've had some comments in the past, with concerns over exposed architectural concrete. But in this case, I've learned my lessons. And, we're looking at like a sandblasted, textured, homogeneous looking concrete, that wouldn't really reflect any kind of, let's say, construction errors with concrete. So I've learned that lesson, and we're going to have a beautiful portals and a beautiful top. I know there was some talk about maybe putting, an extended canopy, but all that really made it look was like a top hat. And it just looked really strange. And I thought these having a double kind of glazing or double awning really added to a couple things. Natural daylighting helped block a lot of it with our louvers. And then at these portals, it could help reflect a lot of that lighting from that middle awning. At the entrances, it does definitely allow for, pedestrians kind of duck in there if it does, downpour, in the middle of the summer. And I think, this really adds and softens the facade. It brings a lot of texture to that corner. It invites pedestrians to walk there and not be afraid to walk on that side of the street. So I feel like we've addressed everything and really tried to push. And definitely Mr. Diffenderfer's comment is like, why can't this be 10 feet, this new construction, for the sidewalks? We definitely just shifted the building north, accommodated that so that anything in the future, can be part of this resiliency in that circulation zone, for sure.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so we did this a little bit out of order, but I'm gonna go ahead and I just, a few things to clarify about the, so I'm not a landscape architect, and I just wanna make sure that I'm understanding the landscape design appropriately. So thank you for these changes, and I agree, it's amazing what, a different envelope, how it can transform. And I like how you did rework this parking lot and putting a large tree in the center. It seems now on the plan, and I guess I'm looking at the presentation, page 19, that you've put on the edge of the parking lot 3 palm trees.
Correct, with some undercover.
And then in the layer beyond that, there are larger shade trees, or are those shrubs?
There are larger shade trees along the
Okay.
street edge.
Okay.
We do have our landscape architect available by Zoom, but,
Okay.
But yes, they are larger shade trees, and we have a layering of the shrubbery in the undercover. So as you get to the sidewalk, it layers, kind of low, and then gradually goes up to like where it is at the parking. And that's more of the cover, more of the hedge. But it is layered so that you can really, experience the sidewalk. So
Okay. I appreciate that because there are, and I think this came up last time, I'm always surprised at how many people are walking around this corner. I guess they're coming from Sunset Harbor and maybe going to the apartments. And that corner in particular, it's so sunny. There's no shade. So I would keep encouraging you to, I'm happy that you put shade trees along the sidewalk.
Right. And also these along Alton will grow to be bigger
Taller.
shade trees as well. And we have that layering effect too.
Yeah,
dealing
I
with-
would even encourage this one corner, a corner there to put as many trees as possible is really appreciated by people in the community that are walking around. Yeah, there's a surprising amount of foot traffic
Right.
to encourage that.
And I think we reduced the trees here because they would block the architectural rendering. But
Okay.
if you recall, that actually this part of the landscape architecture on this street on Alton didn't change. So if you recall the previous renderings, which I know we don't have here, but we have what they're intended to be and what they're intended to be purchased at, at the time of construction, larger caliper trunks and a taller tree. But these trees would definitely provide shade along
The sidewalk.
Alton,
Okay.
just directly across from Michael's. So it's going to have that corridor effect.
Nice, thank you. And then I do like the I guess sort of the eyebrows or the awnings that you put, did you explore having them come out more?
I did, and it, you know, to come out just at the entrances felt like, you know, just like an also a temporary nod, like not something that felt developed or felt like it was integral to the structure or to the facade. When we kind of did the whole eyebrow around the building, just to kind of give more shade, it felt like I said, it looked like a top hat.
Too much,
It
yeah.
looked really strange. So I wish I could have just shown you the development, but I went through several iterations, three-dimensionally, to really look at what that would feel like. And then on top of that, it would also be, you know, in Public Works' purview, because we're right there in the property.
Right at the corner.
So it is a revocable permit at that point. I wanted to avoid that and keep the architecture kind of not dependent on something that could be revoked. So that was a primary concern for me.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, no, I mean, with all the shade trees too, you've accomplished that. And it seems like even with the new building, you're not necessarily going to be building in the swale, and perhaps those trees could stay,
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
you know, so.
No, everything, I think the only trees that might be affected, if I go down to the landscape, would probably be the 3 palms and the shade tree in the center of the temporary parking. Everything else, generally, the shrubs would probably have to be replaced that are closer to the property line along Dade. Dade has a very strange property line relationship because the property line almost goes to the curb. It's a very weird, jagged, that the property line really just like kind of rides the curb. But in that case, we're complying with the resiliency code and the transition and the circulation. But really it would be those 3 palms, you know, and any of the kind of trees that are in and around the temporary in the center of the property. And then maybe that one shade tree that's at the, you can kind of see it at the east side of the building. You see kind of at the corner of the temporary parking lot. Those would have to be relocated. And, you know, we're thinking within the property and within the structure itself as well.
Great, great.
Because it is going to be you know, the future structure would
Right after a
incorporate-
few years of growth and, yeah, okay, that's very good to hear. And then you kept flipping through, there was a roof plan.
Oh, sure. Let me see here.
So all that area in the green, that's all the planter that's gonna be hanging down or not necessarily?
That's the 50% requirement that we have, and that's all of the, it's gonna be also a layered effect, but so it would have the creepers that go along the edge. Our landscape architect is pushing a lot for something a little bit more substantial on the center to screen any of the mechanical, that we have.
Oh, wait, so this is the, what am I looking at here? Sorry.
That's
That's
the roof, yeah.
The roof of the building?
Yeah, that's the roof of
Okay.
the structure, yeah.
Just showing the
Yeah.
percentage of that roof that is green, yeah.
That's green, okay, yeah,
So
that's
this
what I
is-
thought, okay.
Yeah, so that was the roof plan, sorry.
Right, so, and is there, access, how do you get up to the roof? I wasn't seeing.
Internally,
Okay.
near the mechanical area, we'd probably put a roof hatch near the mechanical component. And you'll see if I have.
It's not an active roof, but it is a beautified.
That's what,
yeah.
well, it needs access, no, I mean, we're sort of, we've become newly concerned with roof structures that aren't in the thing,
Yeah,
in the designs that we see and then suddenly appear.
Right.
So that's why I ask.
But we do have, or we did have a mechanical screen, somehow it disappeared from my plan. But there is a mechanical screen that we did design.
In the
And so
middle.
that could be a condition, because I know that's a big part of the design review board. And I'm pretty sure it's already a condition in
To be reviewed.
the draft order,
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure, because it's probably in every single draft order.
Right.
But we did have that designed, and I think previously it was designed more of an oval. And in this case, we designed it to be more of a rectangular with curved edges, kind of like an iPhone shape, just to be more in compliance with this design.
And based on the size of the structure, do you think you would see that from the street or not necessarily? It's
Not
gonna be in the middle?
necessarily, No. I mean, you would see maybe just like the top edge
A little
of
bit.
it, but not really. Because part of what Mickey presented is that we did raise close to 5 feet to the structure. So now we're about 25 feet. So you would definitely not see it from Alton.
Yeah,
I mean, if you were maybe in the garage at Michael's,
right.
you would definitely see it. But you wouldn't perceive it if you were anywhere near 20 feet from the building or even 50 feet from the building. You wouldn't
Because
see it.
this parapet along the top, it's higher.
Correct. Yeah, and I see if I have I don't have the sections here, but if you have the full presentation, in the rear, we have sections of the building, and those have the parapet height. So
Okay.
within the structure, we have 5 feet
Oh, I see.
of parapet.
Ah, okay, that's enough.
Yeah. No,
Okay.
it's plenty. So if we have the roof structure here, we have about 5 feet going vertical from the roof structure. And typically they request like a 5-foot mechanical screen just to kind of cover
Yeah.
those. So if we have a beautiful screen around it, maybe you'll see the top edge if you're somewhere in Sunset Harbor walking
Great.
to, but if you're a pedestrian, you will never see it.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, no, and thank you for adding the green element on the
You're
roof.
welcome.
So, any other comments? I feel like I've.
I have a question. So, thank you so much for, first of all, the sidewalks. I really, really appreciate it, and I know everybody really will. And it's obviously not the same building. There's so many things I really like about it. I love the curve on the corner, the sign, the higher ceilings. It's going to make, I remember being a kid and going to the bank when it was like an event, like a thing, and this is what it reminds me of. Why do you not have the entrance in that corner, though? Because
There's
that corner begs, by
blend
the way,
rebellion.
I'm driving by I didn't even notice this last night. It's this morning, and I'm like, oh my God, that's not a door. And I'm like, it looks like an entrance. And if I'm driving or walking, particularly all the pedestrians, that's where they're going to gravitate towards. And it's just
I hope
sad
this
to me.
doesn't sound like a political soundbite, but it's climate change, resiliency, and the resiliency code that we have. From the elevation that we have at the current curb level, it's almost 3 or 4 feet to get to that level. So we could, maybe try to implement some monumental type stair or everything. I think that kind of took away from the function of the building. It would make it a little bit, but I think it was like so grand, it didn't really fit with the building. But it's really the height to get to the thing. So what we're actually doing is modifying the sidewalk on Alton to actually ramp up to get us to a level that's within a kind of like let's call it an acceptable stair height, so that people aren't like chugging up 10 steps to get to the,
It's sad to me. I hear what you're saying, and I'm not going to tank my approval for that. But I mean, listen. I love the transparency of that corner, with the louvers around the rest of the building. But it totally looks like that's where the entrance is supposed to be, especially with the sign above it. And
I would need an extra. I would need an extra almost 10 feet to push the building north to accommodate a stair.
all right. I mean,
As the
listen.
architects in
I'm
the room, I guess
sad.
y'all would know.
maybe one day
Vertical
they'll put.
accessibility is, I'm all for it, but it does take a lot of area.
I get it.
And it does beg the question, the entrance is off the parking lot or it's on Alton Road?
It's on Alton Road.
There's two.
We have
there's two doors, right?
another ADA, so
Oh, I see.
with that
Less
respect, our ADA ramp is currently on the temporary side of the parking lot. So that on the back side of the temporary side, let me see if I can pull up.
So there's going to be signage above those doors on the west side?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, well, primarily over the corner, but yes, there would be signage if needed on the west side. But on the east side, facing the temporary lot, that's where our current ADA ramp, which is close to 35 feet long, is located.
Please come up with a solution that's not like a little engraved sign that says entrance that way, because, like,
No, I mean, and again, on the east side is, we're gonna integrate that with the new structure. So any kind of heights, we're gonna try to eliminate any kind of, technical looking ADA ramps.
Yeah.
Everything's gonna be integrated to, the base flood elevation, design flood elevation that is required for the new structure. So on the east side, that's one thing. On the Alton side, we've done our best to kind of, So this shows the ADA ramp on the screen, if you want to pull that up on the east side, you know, that, well, there you go. That's how we get there temporarily ADA-wise on this side.
Okay.
We can enter with a couple steps here. Again, you know, just the distance I'd have to push east the whole building just to get the height if I were to leave the elevation of Alton sidewalk the way where it is. Just because of it's almost 3 feet difference. So it's resiliency,
It's a shame, but you did a
it's
great job. I
FEMA.
mean, I don't want to take away from how much I appreciate. It's just a completely different thing, and I think you listened to us, and I think it's such a better project.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your changes. If you can go back to the site plan page. Yes, okay, so tell me what will eventually happen and when with this site. This building that you're presenting today will continue to stay with its existing height and design. And then what will happen in the parking and surrounding, in the parking area, I guess?
So I do want to, within the current proposed structure, I do want to incorporate some columns that'll be able to be added onto if there was something to come above, because we still have the air rights of everything above. So the idea is that if that can create another
Level.
space, almost like an amenity area, you know, another 20-foot high gap, but still have structure come above. That's an idea there, but the idea is to utilize 100% of the site. So if you noticed in our, you know, the 2 or 3 years ago, we had a parking structure that was on the north kind of skinny portion of the site. We're actually going to utilize that as entrances, and also on the Alton side, utilize our negotiations with FDOT to really expand that driveway to a two-way driveway and allow a parking entrance there, which would be more, if you can imagine, a driveway with a valet. And so everything that we'd kind of previously designed, can't really point to it, but if you see north of our proposed structure, those parking spaces, those ADA spaces become kind of like a valet roundabout internally that you've seen in so many of these mixed use and high-rise buildings. And that would provide access to the retail and commercial spaces that are going to be along Dade Boulevard. And then what happens above is primarily parking, and then it's up to the client at that point, you know, whether we add more commercial for office. With CD1, we are, you know, limited on height and things like that, but we had proposed office before, and we would propose that again.
And the area behind the parking lot, or the parking spaces that are to, I guess that's the north, on 18th Street,
It's not,
that you enter
No,
through
I
18th?
think you're gonna
What?
build more of the building where the temporary parking lot is now, where you're putting the big tree.
Where-
That's
yeah,
gonna be
we're-
filled in
Yeah.
with structure.
Yeah, all the parking north of our proposed structure and the temporary parking, that kind of trapezoidal shape would be the base building.
And
We would also improve the north to either be, you know, maybe 2-3 levels of parking.
on that strip?
On that strip,
leads,
yeah, I've
that
desi-
entrance is through 18th Street.
And I've designed that before, so I'm pretty familiar, you know, over 3-4 years. I've designed
Okay.
that several
And,
times.
and part of the reason that we're sort of speaking in generalities is because, as you know, the property's on CD1 now. And for its prominent location, and everyone knows this site, CD1 is the lowest level commercial zoning, so it's very limiting. It's 1.0 FAR, so it's always been challenging to do what the site demands with that zoning. Currently, the city, the state, but primarily the city, is going through a lot of legislative changes, incentivizing workforce housing, potentially mixed-use projects. There's all kinds of stuff going on that it's ongoing. So in all likelihood, those incentives, all that legislation will be incorporated into what's going to happen here. But we're kind of letting that process happen, and we'll be coming back, I think, sooner than maybe, could be within the next year, I think. But a lot dependent on what happens legislatively at the commission level and what's going on at the state. We just want to make sure we take this opportunity to make this special. We think it can be.
Thank you.
And was there ever any discussion, well, I guess it doesn't necessarily fit that program, to just sort of creatively reuse the building that's there? Or it doesn't really work with
Well, we
the
had,
agenda?
if you recall, we had that prior approval, it's in that, if you want to go back to it, but
Right.
it's just ultimately the limiting amount of space that we could get there and the cost of construction just didn't make sense.
Yeah.
So that project, while
I
we thought it
remember
was
that.
wonderful, was abandoned because it didn't work,
Right.
didn't pencil out. So now with these additional incentives, we believe something will be able to happen.
Okay, thank you. Did you have any other comments or follow-ups? Anybody else have any thoughts or? No?
No, just thank you. I actually didn't have a problem with the initial building, but after seeing these comments, it's infinitely better. I think that the material choice just, the building, of course, lends to more to be developed, but now this really stands on its own with the materials now. And thank you for really showing the vision of what the landscaping looks like on Dade, because that was my main concern last time. But yeah, it looks great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the order as drafted.
I'll second.
Including the variances and the waiver.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Motion by Ms. Lewin, second by Ms. Butakavoli. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'm a Miami Beach resident for 26 years. This is a legacy property for my two beautiful daughters. They're 13 and 15. I'm on the board of the Yacht Club of Sunset Harbor. I'm on the board of the Architectural Committee for the Townhomes of Sunset Harbor. This is my neighborhood. And as Renee said, I walk by it all the time. So I want to make sure it's something that I'm proud of and that's beautiful and that's also walkable and provides connectivity.
Please speak into the microphone.
Sorry. So anyway, I just want to say thank you again. This is a very important project because I live 2 blocks away, and it's going to be beautiful. Thank you,
He's not only
guys.
the owner, he's a neighbor and support too.
Yeah, no, I think that we all really appreciate, we're also members of the community, to have somebody who has that extra, I don't want to say motivation, but just sort of the buy-in to have the larger community interest at heart. So thank you very much. And it's evident. And I think on all of our behalf, I'm happy to hear that our comments were constructive. And I do appreciate that your team recognized that we're here to improve and move forward together as opposed to be oppositional. So
And that's one of the ugliest parts, I think, of Alton Road, and it borders all our neighborhoods, and it's so nice to see your project now is going to be part of the architectural legacy we're leaving with the Whole Foods and the other stuff coming along. I think it's really going to be a whole different ballgame.
yeah, I kept thinking of the Whole Foods and how that has lots of landscaping on the outside, and this is going to be a nice addition to it.
Yeah, and I just want to share one thing. Although we don't, have plans for a future site, we have some ideas. Obviously, as Mickey said, there's a lot of legislation happening. But the phase 2, if you will, is to provide connectivity and walkability from Lincoln Road, from Sunset Harbor to this area, because this is kind of in its own little oasis lost right now. So that is the plan going forward. So we'll be back in front of you, hopefully with something that's incredible. And so I just want to say thank you again.
Thank you, thank you. And I think having all the extra trees will help that. I wish there was more, I would have put more trees along Alton, but at least it encourages people to walk more. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. See you soon.
Okay, should we move on to is there just one more item with a variance?
That's correct.
Okay,
Yep.
great. So should I call it DRB 24-1041 900 West Avenue?
Yes. Okay, so this is, an application has been filed requesting design review approval for modifications to an existing residential building, including new finishes, lighting, and signage, including a variance to allow for signage with non-individual channel letters. Just for background, this is the Southgate Towers on West Avenue. It's an existing building. The building was originally built in 1950. Did I have the date? I didn't include the date. From the 50s. The building has gone through some updates over time. There have been several projects that have come to the design review board to approve modifications. There was one in 2010, another one in 2013, and another one in 2021 where the DRB approved various updates to the building to modernize the building. The building's in the RM3 district. It's on a lot that's 174,928 square feet. Has an existing FAR of 147,463 square feet, or an FAR of 1.17. In this case, the applicant's proposing some modifications to the ground level primarily. The modifications are intended to improve the sense of arrival at the building and enhance the architecture of the building. Specifically, the proposal includes updating the existing canopy structure at the main entrance with new finishes, lighting, and signage. The canopy will be reclad with glazed tile columns and a knotwood metal ceiling. The front entry circle will receive new landscaping and a redesigned fountain. The storefront at the main lobby is proposed to be demolished and replaced with a nanowall system. And also the applicant will be proposing a building identification sign above the canopy. The applicant is requesting a variance for that sign to allow for cursive script. The staff believes that the proposed changes enhance the building feature and are compatible with the building's architecture. And I'll discuss the reason for the variance on that signage in a moment. On the rear of the building, on the pool entry side, the applicant's proposing to demolish the existing ground level facade and replace that with a sliding glass door nanowall. The applicant is also proposing to construct a new terrace with stairs that enter the pool deck and the pool with new landscaping. And there would be a 5-foot tall glass pool fence around the pool area. The variance is as a result of a requirement in the code that requires that signs shall consist of individual letters to allow for non-individual channel letters. They're proposing a cursive script, and cursive script letters touch each other. So it's really a minor technicality for the request for the variance. The sign does comply with the intent of the code requirement, which is for signs not to be overly cluttered, for letters to be separated, for signs to be well designed, and staff believes that this is a practical difficulty, and the sign does comply with the intent of the code. I believe that's it. Anything else that I'm missing? I think that's it. So with that, staff recommends that the Design Review Board approve the project with the conditions enumerated in the draft order and the variance.
Okay.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And can you see the presentation? I'm not sure if we were supposed to do something to, yeah, great. Okay, wonderful.
You should have the ability to move the slides around.
Wonderful. Yep, there we go. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the DRB. My name is Barb Frommel. I am Senior Director of Government and Community Relations for Air Communities. We are the owner of 900 West Avenue, which we call Southgate Towers. I'm here with my colleague Dan Dorr, and then also our architect from Triba Architects, Bill Moon. And I thought I'd start off with just a brief background about our company because we are the new owners of Southgate Towers. We own and operate apartment communities nationwide, and including 12 communities and about 5,000 units in Southeast Florida, in Miami Beach. We've got Southgate, and we also are the owner of the Flamingo. We strive to be the best owner and operator of apartment communities in the business. Resident and employee satisfaction are our top priorities, and we're very proud to have received several national and regional awards, including ranking second in the nation in resident satisfaction among our peers and receiving top workplace awards both nationally and here in South Florida. We're also big believers in building community. We have a program called Air Gives, where every one of our teammates across the country gets 15 paid hours of leave to do volunteer work in the community. And the photos on the screen here are of our Southeast Florida team doing a beach cleanup in Crandon Park, Key Biscayne. So if you guys hear of an event here in Miami Beach that needs a lot of volunteer work, let us know. Please give us a call. Our business model is to continually invest in our communities, and so that's what brings us here today. We are proposing a minor renovation at Southgate Towers that affects the exterior of the building, both at the main entrance and at the exit, so on either side of the lobby, at the main entrance and then on the exit to the pool. These exterior improvements complement interior improvements that we're proposing to do to the lobby, which is a separate permitted project. And they're based on feedback that we've received from our residents over the past couple of years since we've owned the building. So in January 2023 is when we became owners of Southgate Towers. We survey our residents regularly, and so some of the feedback we've received so far is that they would like an improved entry experience. There's some congestion that is occurring at the entrance between residents and package deliveries. So they'd like to make that experience more efficient and effective. They're looking for more community space in the lobby itself, which isn't part of this application, but that is part of the lobby improvements. And so in this application, as Rogelio mentioned, you'll see improvements to the front entrance canopy, signage, the fountain, landscaping, and the entrance doors themselves. And then also the transition to from the lobby to the pool in the back. This design is more sophisticated and refined than what is there today. And the intent is to enhance the overall experience of entering the building, but also while honoring the architectural history of this property and also Miami Beach. We have reached out to the community and have received some really helpful feedback on this application. Overall, the response has been positive. However, some members of the community expressed some concern about the neon sign that was put in our original application. They were worried about light glare from the neon. And so what you'll see in the presentation today that is not in the application is an alternate sign proposed that meets the same intent, but is a backlit sign instead of neon, and Bill can explain that more. And yeah, I'll have him go through the design, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit more about our public outreach process.
Great, thank you, Barb. I'm Bill Moon with Tribe Architects. As Barb said, this is a fairly minor remodel on the exterior, starting at the front entry. Just a quick map of where Southgate is located. And this is a map showing the limited scope of work at the front entry, including minor landscaping at the entry signage, reworking of the existing fountain in front of the canopy, some minor work at the canopy, which is really part of the introduction that we'd heard from the community of a kind of a more transparent, approachable, warmer entrance. And then that lobby space right now does not connect to the exterior pool space directly, and there was a real desire that it's much more transparent and directly connected to that back pool deck. So those are the three areas of scope of work that we're looking at, enlarged here, going through some details. Really starting from the bottom inward, we're looking at some minor, right now around the entry sign, there's zero landscaping, so we're looking at adding some minor landscaping there to soften that area. Around the front entry canopy, there's an existing fountain that is also has a wall between the canopy and the fountain that we'd like to remove, repurpose those columns, repurpose the fountain with refreshed landscaping. Right now, there's some beautiful palm trees that also have some overgrown shrubs. We'd like to keep the palm trees, but refresh that landscaping with more appropriate landscaping of scale so that it's much more transparent towards the front entry door. We're looking at the canopy itself. The signage here I'll show you in a moment, but at the canopy itself, we're looking at running through, you can see to the left what's existing today. We're keeping the exact same geometry and architecture. We're simply removing a portion of the wall up front that's a half-height wall at the columns, and then introducing a knotwood material at the bottom of the canopy itself that's much more warmer and illuminated, so it's a much more transparent, welcoming entry. Removing the existing storefront, which is a pair of kind of sliding doors, and as Barb said, it right now interfaces with everybody coming to the building, whether you're a resident, a visitor, the Amazon delivery person, or anybody else. You come in and out that front door, contributing to congestion. By having a new NanoWall system with a pair of doors next to it, it enables us to, on appropriate weather days, be able to open the entire lobby open. We also are having the delivery trucks have designated parking over towards the left. There's a separate entry that goes directly into a package delivery room, so it kind of separates that service from the residences, and that was a very big deal that we'd heard directly from the residents to take care of that. And then as we get into the pool area, To the left is the existing storefront. So it's important to know we're not modifying the entire facade. This is a very small area, existing storefront. We're simply replacing that with NanoWall. The exact same proportion and geometry of the storefront will be repeated in the NanoWall. It simply will be, it gives an opportunity to open up that, that lobby directly to the pool area. And you can see to the left, the existing landscape, some of that, the shrubbery starting to become overgrown, and we want to just basically tighten up and really bring back the original landscape intent that was there. You can see the beginnings of the new signage that we're talking about with the script that was keeping in with some local tradition. Originally, it was proposed to be neon, but again, hearing from the community, that was something they didn't desire. We're looking at just LED illuminated channel letters that will be compliant with the city ordinances in terms of the amount of illumination. So this is what we are proposing now for the signage in lieu of the neon, keeping the same design intent, but having the back channel illumination. Much more
That was
friendlier.
actually the
I'm
original
sorry.
one.
This was what was
Yep.
submitted originally as neon. This is what we're proposing for the signage for the back illuminated channel letter. And
Yeah, so just a little bit more about our community engagement process. So we did send out, well, with the city's help, 949 notifications to everybody within 375 feet of Southgate Towers, all property owners. We reached out to the WAVNA board and also met with them and walked through this presentation and got some wonderful feedback from them. The public hearing signage was posted on the site. We also met with some residents and some of the commercial tenants. You'll see in your packet that there's letters of support, one from the owner of the Pamplemousse restaurant, which is located on the ground floor of our building, and then two from residents of Southgate who are also employees of ours, who one is the community manager and one is the service manager. And then, as mentioned, there were over, I think we've received, I don't remember the exact word, but it was over 1,200 surveys over the past 20 months or so since we've owned the building. And we're addressing many of the common requests that come in those surveys. So I think that's all we have for you today. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? Anyone online?
We have one hand raised online. It's a phone number. It's 1-410-279-9575. Can you're on mute. Can you unmute yourself?
Oh, yeah, I did. Just a click hand. No, I did not. Individual raise hand if they're using it. No, the *9 is just if you're by phone. Yeah.
All right. Okay, they disconnected. Michael Gross.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Hi, Michael.
Hi.
I
appreciate.
Hi, just a minute. I just need to swear you in really quickly before you start, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Michael. You may proceed.
Yes, just opinion from the public. I think the improvements look very nice. I just would encourage the board to the extent they're possible, tie any approvals to the property opening up their Baywalk, which I think the community really deserves access to. It's apparently ready to go, and it's not clear why we're not able to use that. So that's just my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Daniela Magazine.
Hello? Hi, Daniela. Can you hear us? Oh yeah, I just need to swear you in really quickly before you proceed. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, well, my name is Daniela Magazine. I live in 650 West Avenue with my family, including my 7-year-old daughter, Patrick. The neighborhood has been working on expanding access to the Baywalk for years. And one of the best things for the entire neighborhood would be if the property owner agreed to open the Baywalk to the public behind their property. Thank you.
Thank you. So Daniela, sorry, it was a little bit garbled. You said that you were just encouraging the applicant to open up the Baywalk for community use. Is that correct?
She's on.
Okay.
She's on, can you unmute yourself that you received a question, Daniela?
Oh, yes, that's what I was saying. I would love that. I think that's very important for our community.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have Sean Patrick Bryant, Belle Isle.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning, Sean. I just need to swear you in really quickly before you proceed, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, thank you.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
I just want to make a similar comment regarding the Baywalk. You know, this goes way, way back. And we had discussions about opening that Baywalk, which is complete. It was tied to improper DRB finding like many years ago where the DRB agreed to pay $190,000 for a fence. I was at the commission meeting years ago where we were saying that the Baywalk's ready to be open it up. Previously the city would always work with these properties, and when they came before the city requesting variances, that's really, in my opinion, the power where the city has to negotiate opening these Baywalks. So they're here before us. It looks like they have a very good project, but the Baywalk is ready to open. It's got a lock on it. They want a variance. I really do think the city needs to use their negotiating skills to ask these developers, as part of getting something from the city to improve their property, the public should get something back, and that should be opening the Baywalk. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Was that it? Anybody else?
One more. Jonathan Luna.
Hello, Jonathan. Can you hear us?
Yes, good morning.
Hi, good morning. I just need to swear you in really quickly.
Yep.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, good morning. So my name is Jonathan Luna. I'm a resident of Southgate. I provided constructive feedback to the architect, to the plan, and to the building management, and I support the renovation plans. And as long as like I said, provided the internal upgrades that I've suggested are addressed, and I just hearing this stuff about the Baywalk. Again, I know this is not part of the application. However, I do oppose opening the North Bay Walk because there's too much of a high presence of homelessness in that area. But I understand the residents would love to walk along the Baywalk. But yeah, that's about it.
Thank you very much, Jonathan.
And that's all we have.
Okay, excellent. I'm now going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for comments. Did you want to begin?
Sure. Thank you for your presentation and congratulations on getting Southgate. It's a beautiful part of our city and our history. And congratulations on your program, Air Gives. I'm sure the city, when they learn more about it, they will definitely take you up on your volunteer program. I guess all of us want to know about the Baywalk, but before you go into the situation with the Baywalk opening, can you tell me this proposed signage with the lighting behind it is the one closest to West Avenue?
Yes,
correct?
it will,
Okay,
it will
it's
be
the
located on the
current-
front of the
Right,
canopy,
okay,
correct? Yes.
Okay. And I think that separating the deliveries from the guest and resident entrances makes a whole lot of sense, especially from a security standpoint and congestion. Tell us about the Baywalk and what the situation is there.
Yes, thank you. And I'm glad this came up. We're just as enthusiastic about the Baywalk as I think all Miami Beach residents are on the bay side anyway. So the condition that we received when we purchased the building was that the Baywalk is already constructed at the property. It was constructed by the previous owner, and I think one of the residents or commenters mentioned that there's a former DRB order that had some conditions in it for when the Baywalk would open up to the public. And so that order was a couple of years ago, and I don't have the details fully memorized, but basically it's when the adjacent Baywalk segments opened up, then our segment would open up as well. And I have been in close touch with the city on this. My understanding is that the segment to the north is currently under construction, and we're actually going to go tour that today with the city and with the property owner to the north of us. And so basically, we are in full support of opening up the Baywalk to the public. We are our expectation, though, is that the DRB order, the provisions in that order will be met, and as I understand it, that's moving forward, and so then all those segments will open up at the same time.
And then what about the entrance from the south?
The entrance, the Baywalk segment, my understanding is that one is more delayed, and it may have to do with, is there a pedestrian bridge or something else that's being constructed? I'm not as familiar with the scope of the Baywalk to the south. I just know that the segment to the north is moving faster than the segment to the south. But I'll get an update today from the city.
I live in this
Thank you.
neighborhood,
You
so
don't-
so now I'm kind of interested in the Baywalk now too. The residents have brought it up. I live to the south of the property to the south of you.
Okay.
So I don't think that the overwalk to the south will, impact that. The building I live in, it is open to the public.
Okay.
So I guess the stoppage would be the building in between. But I guess, so is there hesitation to open it even when the building to the north is open? You want to wait for either side to be open?
I think we'd have to revisit it. This afternoon's going to be the first time that we're getting a tour of the construction to the north. And, I'll take this feedback back to our leadership. I know that there's a lot of enthusiasm around it. And so we'll talk to the city and see what can be done. Also, I'd like to get an update on, when we think it will open to the south and be constructed to the south. As our resident mentioned, we have a concern about opening it and having a segment of trail that goes nowhere, because there could be nefarious activity that happens, and we'd like to, preserve everybody's comfort and safety. So we do want to make sure that when it does open, that it's actually connecting to other parts of the trail.
Where does this Baywalk originally begin and end?
That is a good question. I know, so we're the owners of the Flamingo, and it is open up on that north section of the neighborhood. I'm not sure where the boundaries are, though, how far it goes. It's not very long, because I've walked it, and it's, maybe a quarter of a mile that's open in the north part of the neighborhood, and then in the south, it's sort of segments here and there that aren't quite connected to each other yet.
But at this time, the property to your south and the property to the north are under construction or some amount of renovation that keep anyone from going through the back of those to the Baywalk of those properties. So no one can actually use the Southgate Baywalk, even though that's completed, because they would have to enter through your property in the front of the building through West Avenue to get to your Baywalk.
There are, I think, public easements on the streets to
On
the
the
north
street
or
end,
south,
yeah,
so I think the public actually does have access back there
Okay.
currently, and if the if our segment of the Baywalk wasn't locked, they would be able to get back there.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have David Gomez here from CIP if you have any specific questions on the Baywalk or the status of the Baywalk.
Yeah, I mean, what is the status of the Baywalk? I think that seems to be the
Yeah.
question. Thank you.
Good morning, David Gomez, Interim Director for CIP. Quick status on the Baywalk. There are currently 4 segments that are pending construction that the city is managing. One of them is part of the West Avenue project and will proceed in the next 2 years, should be complete. The project immediately to the north of this one is currently under construction under a development agreement and should be completed before the end of the year. The property immediately to the south is one of the segments that the city is completing a feasibility study, and we're working with that property to iron out final agreements on how that layout works. Between design, permitting, and construction, it'll be about 2 years before that segment is open. The PED Bridge is part of the development agreement, which should be beginning construction in the next 30 days and should be done by the end of next year. The bridge itself doesn't impact the use of the Baywalks.
And then is there, I guess, an ordinance or just a procedure that when a building is under construction, the Baywalk behind it is closed?
It depends on the activity. If there's certain activity that will impact the use of the Baywalk and for safety reasons they have to close it, then I imagine that to be the case. Because there are segments that are non-existent at the moment, there are pieces that just get interrupted. So we're hoping that in the next 24 to 36 months, the entire Baywalk system will be complete.
And so do you think it would be appropriate to have the Southgate Towers open, might make their Baywalk accessible, although it's just for a small portion,
I think
or?
the advantage to this particular property is that there is public access on through 10th Street, which will connect to the segment to the north. And there is public access or ingress and egress on the south side. So it is a segment that could be open.
Right now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Except that would not go, would not be in agreement with the DRB order that both properties on the north and south would have to be opened.
I believe
In
that,
order-
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I believe the DRB order was specific to the property to the south. And that one's gonna be a little longer before it's done.
Okay.
So then what would be your recommendation?
The administration is looking to open as much of the Baywalk as quickly as possible.
So that Southgate should open up their gates, although it's just a small portion?
Correct.
Make it available, because it is a public amenity?
Correct.
Okay.
But at this point, because of the DRB order from approximately 2 years ago, the Baywalk behind Southgate cannot open until the south portion is open and the north portion is open,
Per the DRB order, that's
per
correct.
the DRB order, and we can't change that order. Or can we? I don't know. But I'm sure that there were reasons why the DRB order was specified that manner, probably with a recommendation from administration just for the safety of the residents that would be behind those facilities. Now, that being said, there's a good case in that behind Southgate, the Baywalk has access through those easements on the side, north and south of Southgate. Is that correct?
Yes, there's
But-
public access. I don't know, are they easements? I'm not sure.
I believe they're street ends.
Street ends, yes.
that are open to the public, so it'd be a walk of just the area behind Southgate, which is really a walk to nowhere, but
It's still
it is
public public waterfront property that people could go and sit there and enjoy the view that should be open. I don't understand. I mean, I was on the DRB 2 years ago, and I don't remember. What is the building that is to the south?
That's South Bay Club.
The South Bay Club. And there's no Baywalk there at all. That's the
Currently, no.
issue.
We're-
It ends effectively behind Southgate is where the Baywalk ends.
And the same thing with the north.
Starts and ends,
Yeah.
right? It's only built
Right.
behind Southgate right now.
So
So
you don't
then-
have any Baywalk on the north end either.
It's under construction.
So I guess it's a legal question. If we decide that we want to request that the Baywalk behind Southgate be opened, what does it take to change a previous DRB order? If it can even be changed, I don't know.
No, unfortunately, well, yeah, the DRB cannot unilaterally modify a condition of a previous order. If the majority of the DRB wants to incorporate a condition, the applicant must voluntarily consent to it.
So I don't understand, I'm sorry. We can and
sorry.
we cannot? Say that again for my purposes. I missed out. We can pass an order to change the previous order?
No, you may not, no.
So basically, it needs to be closed until the DRB order of opening the
Correct,
south and
yes.
the north is available to be opened.
Yes. As you mentioned before, there was an order from the DRB. I believe it was from 2012 that set forth the conditions of the Baywalk, and one of the conditions was that the applicant is not obligated to open the Baywalk to the public until the connections to the South Bay Club is completed, which means that the South Bay Club must be fully completed. And yeah, so if the majority of the board wants to incorporate such a condition, the applicant has to voluntarily acquiesce to that. Otherwise, you cannot force it upon them through an order.
And so to clarify, that was from 12 years ago, not
Correct.
2 years ago.
Correct.
Yeah,
So in the 12 years, the Baywalk there hasn't been built, and so that's why it's not open.
Correct.
So I kind of see a compromise here. I understand, it's frustrating because it's not contiguous yet, and it's really frustrating. I live on Belle Isle where 31 Venetian Way was forced to open a Baywalk that's not contiguous to anything, so it's basically a dead end, but it's used. I understand the homeless situation, and it's a little sketchier off West Avenue. But what I would say is I would be inclined to make it to pass this variance if you were willing to open the Baywalk when the property to the north opens, so that at least you have two properties and not just one dead-end property that will be their whole responsibility. So that would be because I was ready to say no way for a variance, even though I like your project. But at this point, I would say within 30 days or something of the north side opening, make this have to open at least that, because then you have two contiguous next to each other, and it's not such a big problem as
I don't know
just
that
one
the north
property.
side is opening in 30 days. My
No. I
understanding-
said within 30 days of the north side being open, that they need to open.
yeah.
When is the
And
north side supposed to open?
They should be complete with construction by the end of the year.
So we're talking a few months here, and I think that, again, that's when I'd start pushing, is saying if somebody else is opening, they can't just keep it gated up at this point.
I would
then-
Oh, no, I was just gonna say, I would agree with that. Speaking as a resident of somebody that lives in a building that's only got two segments of the Baywalk connected, it's used. We use it a lot, and it's a smaller footprint than even what I think Southgate is currently, so that plus the north, plus the dead road would give, I think, a great public benefit.
Arusha, is that something that we can do here today?
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Yeah, I'm
is-
sorry. So what was the question you're asking exactly, Lori?
My question was, it seemed like the prior order maybe was, they're not obligated to open, it wasn't they can't open it. Is that, I think there's like a distinguishing.
No, the city, the DRB, like you cannot force them to open the Baywalk.
Okay.
Yeah,
We
so
cannot,
they
we can
can't.
deny a variance, right? So it's a quid pro quo, it's a carrot and a stick thing.
I personally,
No.
I don't think that
No.
that is
No?
proper to do either.
No, it's not
I
proper,
mean,
no.
I don't think you can hold someone hostage because, by not approving their variance because you want the Baywalk opened. I guess what we're asking is, would you be willing to open the Baywalk once the north property is completed in a couple of months, with access for anybody that is not a resident from that street end?
I would have to take that back to our leadership. I do think that we would be willing. I just want to mention a couple of things. There was another provision in the DRB order regarding a cost share, that the city would share in the cost of the construction. And it was something in the range of $200,000. So that's one of the conditions that has not been met. And then additionally,
I'm sorry, was that construction of the Baywalk behind Southgate?
Yes.
And the city
Yes.
has not paid up their portion of the 200,000?
Correct. And the other piece is, we've not negotiated an easement yet with the city. And I did request an easement. I have not received one, but so I would say, you know, subject to those other conditions being met and a negotiation of easement, I think that we would be willing to consider that.
I have another question too, because I'm not familiar with Baywalk. So the building to the north, and then north of the building to the north, does the Baywalk still continue? Or no, it's still
It ends at
sections?
Monad Terrace.
Okay, so it doesn't.
North of the building to the north is Bayview Terrace, and the city's negotiating with them now, we're working with them now to iron out the agreement there.
There's two
So-
properties north that are, there's nothing.
Don't have anything.
Yeah.
I see. So this
And
is
we're
why it's
working-
taking so
yeah, we're
long,
working on
because
both of those,
everybody,
yeah.
right, as opposed to the beach walk, which was there and it was city property. Okay.
But if we can open up behind Southgate and in a couple of months to the property of to the north, it does provide somewhat of a beach walk, which is even bigger than the one behind your property that is rightfully useful and used.
It just seems like if the construction's done and we can get there on the easements, like you said, that it would be a shame to not have that benefit the public.
David,
But
so you're not involved with the easement approval. What department has the easement approval that you've applied for? Do you know?
I think we would just need, to see the template of the easement that the city is using for the Baywalk.
Okay.
And then just to begin that conversation, I imagine it's probably pretty standard across all these segments.
Farusha, is that legal that has that easement?
Capital improvements can get a copy of the easement.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, we
All
can.
Yeah, it is legal, yes.
And I think the city can come forward with their requirement of the contribution towards the Baywalk of the 200,000. And possibly all of that can be done within the 2 months or end of the year when the property to the north will open. So can we approve this project? Rogelio, this is a question for both Rogelio and legal. Can we approve this waiver with the request that this Baywalk be opened when the property to the north is opened, with it, and with their consent and review of the easement from the city and the city making the 200,000 contribution?
As long as it is conditioned on voluntary consent of the applicant, I believe it would be permissible.
Okay. So how do I word this if
So
well,
I have,
the rest of the board has
before
to
you make a
speak.
motion though, we didn't speak about some other things that I wanted to
Yeah, I
ask about.
questions too.
So who was opposed to the neon? Was it,
We heard comments from both the WAVNA board members and one resident in particular. It wasn't a very strong opposition.
yeah, because that's a shame. The sign, I was in the sign business 100 years ago, and that's not facing anything residential. It's right across from the shops at West Avenue. The sign's beautiful, by the way. I love the nod to the mid-century, and the sign's beautiful, and neon would be amazing. But that's my one question. My other question was the wall in the back. I love doors like that. They won't let us do it in condos. Do you know that code will allow that with hurricane stuff, to allow a wall to do that?
Yes, obviously, there's the structural component that we have to meet, as well as the egress, which we are complying with. And again, it's not a very long
Okay,
component.
but they will allow it, because we can't do it in a
As long as
residential
we- Yeah, as long as
condo.
we meet the, the
Okay.
wind load.
And if they say that it doesn't, because they sometimes change their minds when you're far
Yeah,
into
I
it,
mean,
what would you do instead? I'm just curious.
We would probably, we still want to have that transparency.
Yeah.
And, the connection to the pool. We probably would look at a number of pair of doors then.
Okay, that was my two things. I wish the neon thing, I don't know who's opposed to it, but the neon thing would be beautiful in that sign. And it's kind of a shame to not have it, but the design of the sign's really nice.
Thank you.
One other question on the sign. I agree. I like the neon as well. But just to be clear, you're still going with the blue light, okay. I
Yes.
just wanted to make sure with the example, with the backlit. Yeah, that's a beautiful color.
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I didn't understand that argument about the light pollution considering it's facing forward and there's nobody there. So I too would prefer it to be neon. And I'm
And
happy
there's
for
no
us to be the bad
turtles.
guy.
There's no turtles there.
Yeah,
that-
I don't.
You know, you're not
Yeah, I
hurting the
mean-
turtle
Well,
population.
What we submitted in your package is the neon.
Okay.
Today, it's not in your package. Because of the community input, we were proposing to maintain the signage. We agree we need the sign out front. And, but how to accommodate that with some of the community feedback was this individual channel lit LED system. We're here today asking for the neon, so
Yeah.
that would be the
Okay.
initial request.
I also think too that the neon is more period appropriate to what you're
Yeah,
going
yeah,
for.
for sure, for
And
sure.
it's definitely a better architectural gesture.
For sure.
And I like the renovations. You didn't really mention it too much, but I do really like the colorful sort of mural or backdrop or something that you're showing, right at the drop off.
The entry.
Yeah, no, I'm
And that'll be on the interior. It's why we didn't mention it today.
yeah, no, I mean, but it's definitely gonna happen. And then I see that you line the underside of the porte cochere. Is that with a wood or it's
It's
tinted or?
not wood, it's an appropriate material that will, salt weather, climate and everything. But the idea there is it's much more warm and welcoming.
Warm.
So correct.
Yeah, no, I think it's nice. I also want to say too that I appreciate that you've maintained the historic character. That I love seeing buildings and gestures like this, and it's so much more common for us to see things ripped down and redone. So thank you very much, and I know that residents appreciate that too, and not just your residents, but the whole community and the neighborhood. So thank you very much for renovating and updating rather than ripping out.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you.
Yeah, I walk by this building every day, and I mean, just the little touches you guys have done since you purchased it with the landscaping so far have been really nice, and I echo that. It's
I wanted to ask about the landscaping as well. I'm sorry. I know the shrubs are overgrown and it's tired and stuff, but I think that the border between the sidewalk and the parking, because it's basically just a parking lot out there. So is it going to be, how high are the proposed shrubs going to be? Are they going to block the cars at least?
I mean, there's existing shrubs in that area today.
What are they? What are they going to put there?
We'll maintain the bulk of what's there. There's, a couple of areas, especially around kind of the main entry drive areas. We just want to add more, spruce it up a little bit.
Yeah.
But we're not going to rip out all that.
Okay,
nature
I just,
landscape
that
in
was my
area.
biggest point, that the intent is just to not have, the parking lot fully
Agreed.
visible from the sidewalk.
Yeah, we like the green screen, if
Yeah,
you
yeah,
will,
yeah,
from the street.
okay.
We want to maintain that, yes.
Yeah, the landscaping changes are all happening in the area of the fountain. So
Okay,
it's
yeah, yeah.
back from the road.
In that small little entry sign area that's just got a bunch of rocks.
Getting rid of that
and
wall,
soften
that
it.
half
And that
wall with
wall,
the fountain,
removing
yeah,
that,
I think that's nice.
Yeah.
I think also too, maybe this was what the criticism from the neon was in the very first page of your presentation. There's a glow, and I think that was more for our purposes to see what we were getting as opposed to the reality. I know that neon doesn't really spread like that, so maybe that was the generation of the concern.
I think you might be right.
Yeah.
And we noticed with that rendering, you're not seeing the other light that's in the
Yeah.
Yeah,
in the
the
area,
dark.
like the uplights
Yeah.
on the landscaping. So it probably won't be as glowy as
Yeah.
it looks to be in that rendering. So
And
Yeah,
for
that's a
sure,
lot
there's
of
lights
glow.
in the parking lot, so.
Right.
Yeah, that's a lot of glow.
not gonna-
So, there. So I also think too, back to the, did we figure out wording for the Baywalk? I also think too that even a little bit of Baywalk accessibility is better than none.
I can try, I think I have it.
Okay. Okay, I don't know if anybody else wants to contribute or we should start with that.
Start with are you asking me about the order?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, well, so if the applicant acquiesces to this, you may make a motion that that the applicant has voluntarily proffered to negotiate the terms of the Baywalk agreement with the city to attempt to secure an earlier opening date for the south portion of the Baywalk. That's what an order could say.
Can it be connected to Well, I mean, because
The
we talked about
opening
the
of the
opening of
north
the
project.
building to the north. I mean, I want to get a date certain, or some sort of.
I
hard
have a
time
good,
frame.
listen, I have an option if you'll, that, I was gonna
don't.
say, if they voluntarily agree in an open forum that they would open the Baywalk when the property to the north opens their Baywalk, and the city comes up with the $200,000,
Right.
and they're comfortable with the,
Easement
easement.
agreement.
That I would approve the variances based on your voluntary agreement to do that with those conditions being met on our end, on the other side.
I'm not sure if I don't think there are other terms in the former DRB order, but it may make sense to reference that and just switch the property to this, from the south to the property to the north. Because I think that's the big change here, is that the original agreement is we would open it when the Baywalk on the property to south opened. And now we're saying it would be, because the north segment is happening faster, we would open it then.
Well, and it seems like a lot has changed in 12 years.
And yes, it may.
Listen, there's a frustration, clearly. The previous owner, there was frustration with the city not opening it, and there's frustration now, but I hear your side too, but the people that called in, brought this up again. So I think that we just want the Baywalks open, and, I think if there's a one next to you open, that's the impetus to do it.
David, how realistic is the opening of the north property by the end of the year?
They are on schedule to be done by the end of the year.
So
It's
they
underway
can-
now. They're working on it as we speak, and they are on schedule to be done.
And they also have to get the easement agreement
I believe all of our agreements are in place with that property.
already done. Okay, so there is no hiccup once they finish construction end of the year for them to not open their Baywalk by the end of the year or come January, let's say.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so that,
And then I should say too, does there need to be a somebody from the community who would move this along? Or is that something that your department would handle to ensure that things are open and they?
We are managing the development agreement for that segment. It's from 10th Street to 12th Street. So we're kind of overseeing that as part of the development agreement.
Okay.
We're also managing the development of the property to the south with design and permitting.
Okay. So if the residents that were concerned needed an update, it would be your department
They
that they
can
would
reach
call?
out to my department.
And what was that
at
department
any time.
again?
Capital
capital
improvements.
improvements.
Capital improvements, okay.
Or to me directly, that's fine.
okay, so, I would like to make a motion if, I don't know if he's, okay, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the variance for the, not the LED, but the neon sign.
Cursive was the
Oh.
thing. Nobody reads the kids don't read or write cursive anymore, so you might have a problem with your tenants.
I write cursive, and I agree with cursive. So approve the variance for the neon sign, and to include with the consent of the property owner, the approval to open the Baywalk when the property to the north opens, which is estimated to open end of the year, and when they have an opportunity to receive approve the easement agreement from the city and receive from the city the contribution towards the Baywalk construction of $200,000. And any other, just in case, any other requirements that were in that DRB order from 2012 concerning the Baywalk opening.
I'll second that.
Is that okay, Farusha?
Yes, I mean, I would advise against incorporating a specific monetary amount, because at the end of the day, it is up to the city commission to appropriate the funding, and it may.
Wasn't the
it also-
200,000 part
also-
of the-
It also may change depending on.
I thought the 200,000 was part of the 2012 DRB order.
Yeah, but that was in 2012. The costs may change, but it's more like a precaution.
I think it just to have the general
Okay,
reimbursement of the
general
cost or
sharing
whatever,
agreement.
whatever that was
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
you know.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever the cost sharing that will end
I
up
agree.
on the cities, yeah.
Okay.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
If you don't mind, if you would allow me to read this real quick, just to make sure. Add a condition with the consent of the property owner to open the bay walk when the property to the north opens and when the cost-sharing agreement is made and when easements are issued, as well as any other requirements in prior orders are complied with.
Correct.
Okay, so we have a motion by Ms. Butakavoli. Do we have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Second by Ms. Lewin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. Motion passes. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very much.
And then
Thank
we
you,
need a
guys.
separate motion for the design. I don't think that was part of this motion.
Oh, okay.
I'll make a motion to approve the design with the neon, if you,
Oh.
as a resident as well.
Second.
Did you want to include a condition specific to the neon that was being described? Or?
I think we're all fine as a board with the neon. So if that's
Also,
what you
if you
prefer.
take the neon away, it has a very, very different character, so maybe it should
Yeah.
be.
Especially if that's the applicant's preference, I think we're all comfortable with the neon.
Yes. Okay. Motion by Ms. Lewin. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Diffenderfer. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
All right.
So should we go back, now that we've done all the variances,
Yes.
to, I guess, did we need to go through the request for continuance?
Yes, we did not vote on that earlier.
Okay.
So this is for DRB 24, 1040, 1500 Bay Road. Actually, it's the same applicant. They're just requesting a continuance to the November 5th, 2024 meeting. This is regarding the Flamingo.
Bless you. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second.
I don't think you can make a
I
motion.
can't make a
but-
motion.
Make a motion to approve.
The
Second.
continuance? Okay. Motion to approve the continuance. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. So that item will be heard on November 5th.
Bless you.
Thank you.
So then, should we move on to DRB 230978, 630 Alton Road?
Yes. Okay, so this is an application has been filed requesting modifications to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of two one-story commercial buildings, including one or more waivers to replace the existing sales center on the site. This 630 Alton Road, also known as 600 Alton Road. For background, back in 2018, the City Commission approved some amendments to the land development regulations, creating the Alton Road Gateway Area Redevelopment Regulations for the CD2 district. That authorized the construction of the tower on the adjacent, it's technically part of the same lot, but south of 6th Street. Authorized the construction of the park, of the 3-acre park, and the construction of the commercial parcel that's before us today. On May 2019, and subsequently on June 2019, the DRB reviewed and approved the plan for the proposed retail structure at the corner of 6th Street, former 6th Street right-of-way and Alton Road. And so at that time, the DRB approved a 2-story commercial structure. So now they're proposing to modify that to a 1-story commercial structure. It'll be approximately 11,600 square feet. They are required to have parking spaces. That most of the parking will be located in the adjacent building at 500 Alton Road. They are proposing a parking lot that we do have some concerns with that I'll describe in a moment. The structure features it's in contemporary style. The site features a plaza along Alton Road with pathways that meander through landscaping to a central breezeway that separates two pavilions, allowing visitors to access the plaza, which overlooks Canopy Park. There are several curvilinear eaves that encircle both of the buildings, accenting the breezeways. It's a very, very nice structure, and staff is highly supportive of the proposed modifications to the design, as it does have the potential to improve the integration to the adjacent canopy park. Staff does have concerns with the proposal from the applicant to build a suburban-style parking lot adjacent to the structure with 90-degree parking spaces. Staff believes that there is ample parking in the adjacent structure on 500 Alton Road, and as well as there's public parking in the vicinity that can more than address the needs for this site. Additionally, staff is encouraging alternative modes of transportation. This is small-scale retail that should be serving the community. Members of the community likely will be walking and bicycling to this community, so the inclusion of a parking lot limits the integration of the commercial structure to the adjacent park, which is very important that integration take place. So with that, staff does recommend that the application be approved without that parking lot. In the event that the DRB would like to have the surface parking lot with 90-degree spaces, staff does recommend that some details of that parking be refined, including the replacement of the proposed standard wheel stops with bollards or continuous curbs with landscaping for the 2-foot vehicle overhang. Also, the demarcation of parking spaces should consist of changes in the color of pavers and not surface paint. And so while these changes are not ideal, they would improve the look of the parking area. It would appear more like a plaza as opposed to a surface parking lot, and enhance the space. It could potentially be closed off in the future and used as a plaza or for some other uses in the event that the parking is not needed. So with that, staff recommends that the plans be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order, which address the design review criteria.
Morning, everyone. Bit of housekeeping first. Graham, for the record, Graham Penberg, Howard L. Fernandez, Larkin Tampanis, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Is there a Philip Jeffries in the room? We found Mr. Jeffries' notebook. No? Sorry, some important, or it looks like an architect's handwriting. That's why I thought it was an architect. Joined to my left is Mr. Ray Fort. As Rogelio noted, the only point of difference we have with staff is the parking lot. So what we've handed out to you, what Ms. Balter handed out to you was a draft implementation of the alternative parking scenario that Rogelio laid out, the alternative to deleting it. We think it's incredibly important to retain some parking here, where we're retaining 11 spaces, including 2 accessible spaces. So as opposed to 39 that are required by the development program. So it's a very minor use of the parking. Excuse me. And we think overall, when you look at the plans in comparison to the 2019 plan, this is a massive improvement in their interaction with this design with the park. It reduces the amount of vehicular use area significantly. The overall buildings integrate and flow into the park in a significant way. And Ray will show you, we protected a lot of the seating internalized now to the project, which is a great improvement. So let me take you through my little intro, and we'll get Ray to take you through the details. So as Rogelio noted, this parcel is a piece of the overall 500 Alton project, right? The 500 Alton project includes the 5-park building on the south. It includes the 3 acres of Canopy Park that was dedicated to the city, the new Floridian parking lot to the north. Part of that development agreement, when David was talking about the walks and the bridge, that development agreement was this development agreement. So we are in the middle of implementing the final elements of that development agreement, which of course included the dedication and the improvement of the park as well. So this, again, this commercial component has always been part of the plan. So this is the 2019 approval. As Rogelio noted, it's 2 stories tall. What I wanted to note, and Ray will talk about more of the details, there's 2 important elements that I want to talk about. You'll see that this incorporated a driveway that went from 6 all the way to Alton. So there was always going to be traffic going through the entire property and ending on Alton. You'll see the new plan, that's gone. The other element I want to talk about is on the north end of the project, you can see that kind of little smaller egg-shaped building. That was bicycle parking and also the trash room. So the trash room is basically located against the park. So again, when you see the new plan, it's a massive improvement. So you've lost, in the new design, you've lose all of that vehicular activity. So we think that ultimately, the new parking lot is a significant improvement over the old one. Here's a little bit more detail. You can see the way the drive works. So removing that especially the Alton driveway, you've got all that pedestrianization that's improved along there, and you have none of that traffic going through the property. So the proposed development reduces the overall height. We're basically taking that floor area, and that was in 2 stories, and we're separating it into 2 buildings. It removes that Alton Road driveway, which is incredibly important. We believe it, again, significantly improves the relationship of this property with the park, and as Rogelio noted, really retains the first-class design that architectonic that came up for this from the beginning. We think it's actually an improvement in the architecture as well. Well, that's not great. Hold on. Guys, can we unzoom this somehow? Are you guys controlling this, or am I controlling?
I think you're controlling.
I know, but I can't see any, oh, there it is. Okay, hold on. It still does it.
Super bizarre. That must be how the slide is set up.
Well, now, it looked fine this morning. And if this is all of them, we're in deep trouble. Can you guys just reduce it manually?
It's odd because the other pictures are,
Okay, we're just gonna not, well, we won't do it in,
PDF instead of presentation.
yeah, it's just gonna be painted to move them. We're gonna have to do it. I apologize. We're gonna have to, all right, you're gonna have to be a zoomer, all right? And just, and
actually,
take them up.
you know, I'm looking at the architectural plans that you submitted, and there is a picture, a drawing of what you're
The
proposing.
plans are on the back of this too, but I think it's fine. I think we can we'll navigate like this. It's fine. You guys can see it. Okay, so Ray, here, I'll sit here and I'll just move it for you so you don't have to deal with that.
Okay, so this is the previously approved site plan. And what you see with the green roof and that oval shape is on the north side of 6th Street, which in this particular orientation, east is up on the page, north is to the right. The reason the building was shaped that way was because we had that driveway coming from 6th Street out to Alton Road with parallel parking. And it actually separated the retail building from the park significantly, creating that traffic and flow through and potentially even a valet drop off that may have even occurred in there. So the new plans, yeah, you can go ahead and go to the next page.
This is
Something else to note is that the square footage allocated in the new proposed project is the same as the previously approved, except that the previously approved was a 2-story building, so stacked on top of one another. And the expectation was we wanted to get people up to that 2nd floor, which obviously creates a lot of complication for retail. We know that retail on 2nd floor always has had some difficulty functioning in Miami in general. So, and this was about a 40-foot tall structure, 45 if you include the BFE, but it was relatively tall because we had about 20-foot floor to floor for each retail level. So on top of the idea that we had this driveway happening there, we had a very large staircase, which you could call a feature staircase, very high floor to floor heights, and we had to get people up to that 2nd floor. So these are the old views from 2019.
So now, look, now this one's small.
That's super bizarre.
It's really deciding to mess with my brain.
Here, do one of these. We'll go like that, and then we'll do one that goes scroll over a bit. Maybe that'll.
All right, there we go. Okay, I'll
So,
keep going.
The new, this is an updated colored site plan, and we're now decoupling the stacked floor plates and putting the buildings side by side with the intention of creating a courtyard space in between the two. We're also letting the shapes of these buildings be quite organic, much like the green spaces that you see in Canopy Park. They're almost reacting to those shapes that are occurring around it. Let's go to the next page. And we can actually go to the next one, it might be clearer. So the shapes of the building are very amoebic-like, very organic, reacting to the shapes within the park. We do have those 11 parking spaces which are off 6th Street, which are off of that roundabout and perpendicular, and they take up much less space than had it been parallel. The parallel spaces still need a wide drive aisle, you only get one space for every 2 parking spaces had it been perpendicular. And we had the drive aisle that exited onto Alton Road. By removing that drive aisle altogether and having a building at its place, we're able to actually let the retail buildings connect to Canopy Park and have entrances off of the northwest corner and create what we think is a very nice dining and outdoor seating area in between the 2 pavilions. You'll also notice that our loading area, the designated loading area, which was previously approved, I'm going to try to move this a bit, but which was previously approved, are the 2 spaces off of 6th. So the buildings are oriented, especially the one on the south, with the back of house and trash rooms towards that side. And that's the main trash room. So anything that occurs from the trash in the other building gets hauled out and brought to that trash room as the holding area. We've also implemented an updated buffer along Alton Road with this plaza-like condition with pathways through landscape that then bring you up to the BFE, and I can show you that in section. Okay, I'm running out of time, aren't I? Okay,
Yeah,
so let's
how
go to the
much
next
more
slide.
time do you? I'd love for you to be able to do it.
2 to 5 minutes, if that's okay. I can get through this
Okay.
quickly.
Where do you want me to go?
So just a section, the building has now significantly been reduced. The 2 buildings are not the same height, but they do share a roof line. One building is 16 feet and the other is 19 feet. There's a canopy that actually changes in height. It's almost amoebic in section as well, where we'll get to those views, but you'll see what I mean. Let's keep going. Materiality, we wanted to keep this quite simple in terms of its materials. Clear glass, we know that clear glass is essential to having good retail and good functioning F&B. You want to see into these spaces. We're choosing a neutral mullion color that's a light gray mullion color. And we're also proposing for the pedestals to mitigate the height of the base flood elevation to use an oolitic stone and then a wood cladding in areas that we want to conceal, like the back of house areas, which also provides a backdrop for signage to be placed on the building. Let's go to the next page. Keep going, keep going. Okay, these are just the elevations. Something you'll notice here is the curvature of the eyebrow that occurs around the retail. This is in combination creating protection for outdoor seating, but also almost a covered courtyard in between the 2 buildings themselves. Let's keep going. So this is a view from the park side, looking essentially towards the northeast. We're basically standing close to 6th Street from this vantage point. The building on the left is slightly taller, and the canopy, the eyebrow, is curving upwards towards the upper left-hand side of the page and follows it down towards the 16-foot side on the right side of the page. But what we've created in between the 2 buildings is a courtyard space. The parking is intended to feel very plaza-like. We don't want this to feel like a parking lot that's set within the park. We put so much effort into removing the drive aisle to begin with, so we want to continue the idea of removing the parking from this space. Although we do know that for convenience parking, that could be a very good thing for the activation of these buildings. This is a view from the park side as well, very glassy, very open, very inviting. Next page. We are proposing a wood cladding to the building where we have back of house spaces, but here in this view you can see the 3 materials that we're proposing. The oolitic stone that creates that datum of the base flood elevation, the wood cladding for the back of house spaces, which we would like to use as a backdrop for potential signage, clear glass into the space. Wow, okay.
All right, guys, I'm going to click
And
this.
then we are also proposing a bullnose eyebrow, which speaks to the radiuses that we're using in 5 Park as well. So with that, I can
Yeah, I mean, we
conclude the presentation, yeah.
Okay, all right, I apologize. We had a lot of fun technical snafus. We just close with the following, right? We will request that you modify condition D2A, which is the aforementioned parking lot condition, to reflect the alternative that's laid out by staff in the narrative, which is reflected in what we've handed out, which is basically removing any wheel stops extending the landscaping and with curbing to basically allow cars to rest against the curb and extend that landscaped area, remove the paint and replace, for the spacing delineation and have it, have pavers do it instead. So we think that that's a fair compromise. This building really needs to have some level of parking adjacent to it to function properly. And as I've noted to staff, the other technical change that we need to make, which is to the overall the overall standard requirement for 18 months for building permit. This project is subject to a development agreement, so the deadlines for building permit issuance are governed by the development agreement. Not really this board's concern, but I want to make sure that that's on the record so the final order can reflect that change. So with that, we're here for any questions you may have, and I'd like to reserve time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public wishing to speak? No? Anybody online?
We have Tim Carr.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association.
Hi, good
And
afternoon,
also,
Tim. I'm sorry for the interruption. I just need to swear you in really quickly before you continue, please. Do you
All right.
swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you, Tim. You may continue.
All right, thank you. Again, Tim Carr, West Ave Neighborhood Association, president of the Bentley Bay. We did have a chance to review the plans, both the board and the Bentley Bay and also West Ave Neighborhood Association. We support the plans as proposed today. We do ask, again, it's a great design. I think it really integrates well with the park. We do ask, though, that you accommodate public restroom for people using the park. Right now, that's one of the challenges that we do have with families and kids on the playground. But other than that, I think we're good to go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tim. Are there any others?
We have Artie Giftopoulos.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Hi, Artie, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I just need to swear you in really quickly before you continue, please.
Sure.
Yeah, do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. You may continue.
I just have a question I'm a little unclear of. 6th Street, is that no longer going to be a public street? Is that now private to this project?
The right-of-way for 6th Street has been vacated. It is no longer a public street, but there is an easement that provides public access.
Okay.
So it
Thank you.
essentially functions as a public street, but it is technically not a public street.
Pedestrian access mostly.
Pedestrian and vehicular
okay.
access.
Yeah, there are 10-foot sidewalks on either side.
But could
So
somebody
no-
drive from whatever, Bay Road, Alton
Alton
to
to
West?
West, yes.
Cutting through there? Okay.
Yes,
So they can drive, so then it is kind of still public.
yes.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
And that's it.
Great. I'd like to close the public portion and open it up to the board for comments. Scott, do you want to start?
Yeah. First of all, I'm such a fan of this project. The way the building and the park have turned out, it's one of the few things that is actually better than I think we all anticipated. I walk through there a lot, and it's a beautiful project. And I agree with you with parking. I was on the parking committee for 8 years, and this town just keeps cutting parking out, and there's nowhere to stop, and there's nowhere to buy anything. There's nowhere to park your car when you're trying to buy something. So I appreciate staff's comments about the park, but I think ultimately changing it to this configuration is better for the park and for the retail. I would ask that the white lines not be put, that you do that with pavers and things that staff recommended if we keep the parking. So thank you for that, because I think that's a good compromise. What else was I gonna say? I think that was it. I'm a big fan of putting parking. I remember this debate when this came up, and when you do have retail with zero parking, it's just not feasible. But I think the other changes are really beautiful, and I think they're really gonna enhance the park. And I have to say, that high rise that everybody was freaking out about, the way it has been situated the angle and everything else. You can be in that park and it really, it's amazing how a 50-story building does not ruin the impact of that park. So I'm supportive of this.
I have a question in general relating to the parking. If the parking lot wasn't there, there was something in the material that we got that the building itself accommodates for the parking. Was that what you were proposing?
Yes. The parking requirement can be met by the parking that exists in
In the new
tower.
building that's
Yes.
being built?
Mhm.
And then does the park itself have parking on the other side? Is that what I saw? Or that was a different property? There was a
There is parallel parking on West Avenue adjacent to the park.
But there's
that's
no
not-
parking specifically for
Correct.
this park?
Mhm.
Okay.
There's a parking lot to the north of the park that is the South Bay Towers parking.
It's the Floridian,
Sorry, I apologize, the Floridian Towers park.
but it's private.
Now,
It's not a
how-
public lot.
How are you going to prevent people that are just running into the building as opposed to going to the retail from using this parking lot? Because it seems like they're right there. Like, don't you think that that would be, I don't want to deal with, how are you going to ensure that it meets the right, serves the right purpose?
Well, and Ray can explain, I think, a little bit about the Port Cochere area of 500 Alton, but that is a significant area. I think that most, if you're going in there for convenience purposes, the typical people, the Amazon guy, the food delivery guy, there's more room on the south side of that street than on the north side, really, for you. So I think that most of them are just gonna take, again, they always, as we always know, they take the path of least resistance. And if they can get to the front of the residential building and there's a large area to pull in there, they'll use it. I mean, other than that, obviously, once we have tenants there, the actual kind of operation of that will depend on what the tenants are, right? Whether or not there's gonna be a restaurant there, what that wants valet, and then maybe a lot of the lot will be valet, during the evenings for that, to allow that staging to occur. So it really will depend on what the tenant mix is, but we think that 500 Alton by itself, or 5 Park, I apologize, has more than enough space to allow for that kind of in and out delivery stuff.
And to expand upon that, 5 Park has 2 separate drop-offs, 2 lobbies, and a lot of internal queuing. So there's, and not only that, it has 2 entrances into the garage. So I don't see, I wouldn't foresee rather a resident or somebody going to that building saying, hey, I'm just going to park in this lot and then go to that building. There's so much access that it was a huge part actually of the initial design and discussions originally with staff and with the DRB as part of that building.
There's no commercial in the residential tower, right? Okay, I was
There's
just wondering if there's interplay with the space. There's not?
No.
Okay. I was kind of similarly worried if people were gonna just park in that parking lot for the park itself. So I guess that will be up to your tenant operators to decide, for signage and enforcement.
I mean, as somebody that doesn't live anywhere near the park but would like to go, that's where I would park.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So, I
And
mean,
stay for
that's
multiple hours and.
and then it's, I'm thinking too, if there is gonna be these are big buildings, if there's gonna be a restaurant here, you're gonna need more than 11 spots.
Well, I mean, as Rogelio noted, right, the remainder of the parking for the retail is served by the 500 Alton building, right? That garage will include spaces that are dedicated to the retail use. So it's always been planned that way. This lot was never gonna hold all the parking that's necessary, right? It's only less than a third of what the demand would be. So, yeah, so from an operational point of view, if we have a restaurant that's popular, there'll be a valet, they'll park them in the garage, right? So this is designed for, handicap spaces, obviously, and to have people getting in and out quickly.
Yeah, maybe it'll be a 15-minute only kind of parking thing, which is really valuable.
Yeah.
Yeah, like for Uber Eats. Rogelio, what was your idea for the space, or what was the alternative if we didn't have the parking lot? Was it just green space, or?
Theoretically, it could be green space that would integrate into the park, provide pathways into the park, improve those linkages. We don't have a specific plan in mind. We would want to work with the applicant, but ideally it would be somehow improving the connectivity into the park.
Something to note that the parking lot is not asphalt. We're proposing it as pavers. So let's just say there is some type of event that requires more outdoor seating or some event that's in the park that needs some expansion or some setup, like that parking lot could be taken over and still feel like it's in a plaza setting to interact with both the commercial and the green space.
Farmers market type use, that's what, it's always been designed for.
Yeah.
Rogelio, I was really struck that staff felt very strongly against this parking lot. Can you elaborate on that? I mean, a little bit more? It's just that you think that it should just be expanding of the park. And then what's the counter argument to serving the convenience for the stores and making sure that the stores are successful?
So for most of the parking for the retail is located in the adjacent tower. Additionally, there is parallel parking on Alton Road. There's parallel parking on West Avenue. There's sufficient parallel parking for those convenient in and out uses, we believe. And additionally, because this is a very dense area, this is probably the densest area of the city, we do expect a lot of people will be walking to this retail location. You have across the street, you have 500. You have the Five Park building. You have the Floridian. You have Icon. You have Marano Grande. You have all these really tall buildings within a block that we do expect that a large proportion of the people that will be coming to this building will be walking. So ideally, that's the method we'd like for people to get there, and is to walk and to minimize the traffic impacts. So that's really our thoughts in this, is that alternative modes of transit will be the predominant form of people getting to this location. For those quick in and out vehicle trips, there would be they would be able to use the on-street parking. And also there's another alternative where there is a more limited amount of parking in a parallel parking area, perhaps rather than 90-degree parking, that's a more limited footprint to service, for example, the handicap parking and any other really basic needs for parking as well.
Rogelio, I'm sorry. The parallel parking on West Avenue and Alton Road is typically taken. And while the majority of the people visiting this park most likely will come from neighboring buildings, maybe there's some of us that don't live in the neighboring buildings that would like to visit it, and for a period of time. And it sort of replaces not sort of, it does replace the angle parking that was in the previous plan that had been approved. So why did it get approved then with the angle parking? Was it because, it was approved, there was nothing more to discuss at that point? I know it was contentious and a lot of discussion on it, but all they're doing is really replacing some of that angle parking with this little parking lot, that.
I think staff maintained the same position
back then.
Yeah, they did.
Sticking with it.
Yeah.
But it's up to the DRB,
Yeah.
hard feelings.
Yeah, and,
They don't have to drive and buy something here.
I mean,
so.
it's a public park, meaning open to everybody on Miami Beach, most likely used by those living in the area, but having some limited parking, and I know it's always probably gonna be full all the time. It just creates a little bit of convenience, and I think it helps whatever retail goes in that area.
How does the size of this lot relate to what's there now for the sales center? Is this pretty much the same footprint, or?
Dimensionally?
The sales center is about the size of the building on the north side.
The sales center itself.
I
Sales
guess
center
I don't
itself.
mean
But
the
there's
actual
more,
sales
the
center, but
temporary
the lot that's serving the sales center right now. Is that about
Oh,
the same
this is
size?
this is the same lot.
It's the same lot,
yeah.
okay. As you might have heard, I live across the street from this park, so I walk by this too, and yeah, I don't know, I don't see that big of an issue with the size of the lot that's there now. And I think it's paved concrete right now, so it would be replaced with the pavers.
I think it's currently asphalt for the surface lot that's there, and yeah, this will be replaced with pavers.
Okay. Yeah.
I'd like to also talk to maybe table this, about the design, which I think is a really lovely improvement. So thank you very much for that. Yeah, it's really nice. The material, the exterior wood cladding, I know just because it's come up before, is that going to be real wood, engineered wood?
We're proposing at the moment to use a real wood because it's under the canopy, but we're looking at engineered products because it's getting much better every single day. We use it a lot on ceilings. The ceiling will for sure be engineered wood because we have great products for that, but for the siding portion, we're considering a real wood.
Okay, I would just request, or I would have us request that it be a sort of environmentally friendly one. I know in the past we've looked down upon the Ipe wood.
Yeah,
So
something regenerative, yeah.
something along those lines. The other, I'd also like to bring up the point that one of the people who called in brought up about the restrooms, which was something that I was thinking about as well. The reason that I bring it up, I happen to live very close to Polo Park, and we had this issue where the Polo Park also doesn't have any restrooms, and it became, it was a huge demand from the residents of the area, and now there's a little trailer restroom situation. But I do know that there's a playground. Like I know that this area is used by a lot of kids and bathrooms, and I was hoping that could be and because the park doesn't have restrooms, that this could be incorporated into this design. So I don't know when anybody else
Incorporated into the retail, is that possible?
The retail will have the required restrooms for the sizes of those spaces. Is the request to put public restrooms separate and apart
in the
from
building
the
to serve
retail restroom?
to serve the people. I would also say too that it's very rare to go into a retail store in Miami Beach and be able to use their restroom.
Yeah.
And I can guarantee you that the people who are in the park, because these buildings are so integrated into the park, are going to think that they're part of the park and not the condo next door, and they're going to go in and they're going to ask to use the restroom. And so maybe that becomes part of the compromise of, okay, this land can be the parking lot, but it also has to be, as integrated into the park as possible. I'd also like to make that a note for the city people that are here in general, how really useful it is, especially in parks with playgrounds, to have public restrooms. Yes.
I will tell you that I don't disagree with you, but the majority of the 22 parks on Miami Beach do not have a restroom. The beach has it, and the parks that do have it, Flamingo Park, Normandy, North Shore, the maintenance of those restrooms, the security in those restrooms, and the activity that occurs in those restrooms becomes a serious problem and very difficult and expensive to maintain, and a lot of times not maintained. So I agree with you. If you go anywhere on Lincoln Road and try to use a restroom in any of the stores, they tell you they don't have any. Well, of course they do, but they don't let you use them. But I'm concerned. I agree. It would be nice to have restrooms. Maybe all of us here would use them properly, but unfortunately, that's not what happens, especially with the population in this area. There could be a lot of abuse in those restrooms.
I understand that, but what ends up happening when we swing that far that way, I look at the stretch of the beach walk up in the sort of 50s and 60s where everybody was concerned about all the public using, and there's no water fountain. You could go for a mile in the heat and there's no water fountain because they didn't want people sitting there. Again, this was a really deep need that was felt with this one park, and I'm just trying to avoid, I know there's been complaints that along Lummis Park, some of the showers have been taken away, and so now there's really long lines for the people who do want to use the beach and want to shower off. And it's like, we've gotten so defensive. And yet these are, there's a few people that are ruining it for everyone, and it's affecting the quality of life for the overwhelming majority of people that do need these facilities, that are responsibly using them. You can say any of the public lands could become places where people hang out when we don't want them to, but then are we going to stop building playgrounds? Are we going to stop creating public spaces? I think that the reality is these spaces are created for the public to enjoy, and we have to help them enjoy it in the best way possible. I mean, my children aren't little anymore, but it really is an inconvenience, especially if you're going to this park, you're enjoying this facility, to not have a restroom. And, you know, the maintenance, I hear you, I understand, but it's like you're cutting off your nose to spite your face.
Being involved in this situation, and not a situation, a problem, for so many years, when I was here at the city, I will tell you that I agree totally with everything you're saying. However, realistically, it's not just a few people that abuse of the situation, and now as a result, the majority can't have it. It's a lot of people abuse of the situation. It isn't the minority from what we were experiencing. So until something is fixed, you know, it just creates a problem that cannot and has not been controlled or properly addressed, so that you and I can actually use a restroom, whether we go as adults or with children. I know that Fisher Park, for example, the parents go with a little portal toilet, you know, for the kids, because they don't want them using, not that there are any, but even when they go to a park like Flamingo, they don't want them using the public restrooms. So that has been my experience. I don't disagree with what you're saying. It'd be great. But even parks up north, in the north end of this country, you have to pay to get into the park in the Jersey Shore, to get into the restroom. You don't pay, you don't go in. And that's something that I don't think Miami Beach has gone into yet, but, and it happened because they need to be able to maintain the park, the restrooms properly. So I agree with you 100%. It'd be great, but it just doesn't work.
I think there's a bit of a question too of who would be maintaining it here, right? Because this is private property serving a public park.
That was actually going to be part of my question too, of why there wasn't a restroom put in the park to begin with. You know. And
Because they
that's
don't
it.
do
Is this a public? What is the ownership? What is the status of who maintains this park?
The park is is owned by the city now.
Yeah, they gave the park to the city, so on the same
Yeah.
thing. Belle Isle, same situation, but there's condos with bathrooms. There's a Publix with a bathroom across the street. It would be nice if they had like a mall type bathroom, but this is such a little retail space that they're not going to do that. And I don't think at this point to hold a parking lot that was already approved hostage over a bathroom that is just, let's face it, it will draw people, it'll draw homeless people if they know there's a bathroom there and they'll use the park. And it'll just, it's a sad situation, but we have not addressed it in other parks, and that's why. That is why. And most of the people using these parks are coming from their condos and surrounding areas. So there are public places to go to the bathroom around there. It's just, I wouldn't hold it hostage. I think we're going in circles on this one.
There is a Publix across the street. I mean, you have to cross Alton, so it's not the most ideal, but that you could use in terms of local, but yeah.
Other comments?
Yes, I just read the design. I forgot to comment on it, but it's a beautiful design. And I think a wonderful improvement from the two-story, because it's more in scale with the rest of the park. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I can honestly say I'm really torn with the parking lot, because on the one hand, I hear what everybody is saying, and I agree. As somebody who doesn't live in the area but might, depending on what restaurant is there, come to the restaurant there, I could use it. But I also want to respect, you know, I think the staff makes a really good point. I also don't want to take it lightly. Normally, there's not as much, I guess, don't feel as strong. Like, it was a very strong rebuff of their plan. So I'm not quite sure. But there was a lot of whispering going on when we were having the discussion about the bathroom. Was it something you needed to share with us?
Just briefly, because again, this is 6 years of process now. There was a lot of discussion about the bathroom when this was worked out, and ultimately it didn't end up being in the park, right? That there was at one point the plan for the park included bathrooms, but then they were too central and you couldn't see them, so that's why they got taken out. So this isn't the first time that this has been discussed. It was discussed for months and months and months during the entire development agreement process. So that's all I wanted to add. The ultimate conclusion that the city came to was that there would be no bathroom in the park.
I was public when this was done. I was not on any boards or committees. And so I was at a lot of these meetings and I supported the idea of it. And I want to make a motion, but I want to go back and say, we started with what were like 6 or 8-story buildings that were completely covering this area, wall to wall, sidewalk to sidewalk with no greenery and very vapid. That's what could have been approved. And they did this park and this high rise and there were so many things. And this retail, another thing with the retail, the parking was so hardly discussed because retail is failing everywhere. And when there's nowhere to stop a car, there's never parallel parking. And I appreciate staff trying to advocate for green space and stuff, I really do. But there's just a practicality and reality to this. So I would, if it's okay with you, I would make a motion that we listen to staff's problems with the recommendations with getting rid of this parking lot, but to keep the parking lot, to follow their recommendations that if we did keep the parking lot, that we don't do the white lines, that you keep the pavers, that you don't do the bump, the whatever you call them, the parking stops, and do what they require, what they bollards like they suggested. You know, I like that you turned a driveway into a plaza, so that's the positive. I leave the bathrooms out of it. That's another area. So I would motion to approve the building. The design is beautiful. I think it really enhances, it's a nice improvement. And again, with retail, we have this problem with retail where we approve all this retail and it fails because it's not practical. So anyway, that's it. I make the motion, the parking lot with the changes, with staff's recommendations, and approve the design.
The changes that they discussed.
Yeah, reflected on page 7.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Reflected on, if I.
Yeah, grab it.
Yep. Yep.
And I also, to that point, I wonder if there's a way, and I don't know if this is true, but to make the pavers seem less, I mean, it's nice that you put pavers, but to go the next step to make it seem a little bit like a more lush parking lot or, you know, open. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Like
They integrate with the promenade though, right?
So that it flows.
So it flows, right? This is the same material used as the promenade, correct?
And it's at the same elevation as the promenade?
Correct.
Yeah.
That's
I
nice.
guess, I think it would be great if the parking lot could be designed to at least have the intent of being park-like, but with the practical use as a parking lot, which seems like sort of maybe what staff was getting at a little bit, that's what you didn't like. But if there's a way that through design or landscaping, it could look a little bit more park-like.
Like a flex space.
Something like that. And then I would also say, just in terms of operation, I'd like, we're making a case here for why these retail stores need parking. If there could be something, whether it's signage or whatever, just to ensure that these spots are reserved for the retail and that the retail customers also know that there's parking in the building, because I would hate for people not to patronize these stores because they think, oh, parking is such a pain in the neck.
I wouldn't put that criteria, because if a resident comes in by car and there's parking available there, that resident should have the ability to use that park. So I wouldn't put that restriction. I think the operator of the retail is going to dictate, you know, what he's going to need. And he also has the availability of the parking garage that's provided, so across the street. But if someone goes with their child to that park by car, then they should be able to use that parking space if it's available. Otherwise, then they have to go into the parking garage.
I'd add to that, people that use the park, are they allowed to use is it a public parking in the tower and the residences?
Oh, for the park? No.
No, it's just because these buildings
Even
are
if they
part of
pay?
your.
Yeah, I mean, and conceivably, if you're going and you're paying for parking, again, we don't, the details of the
Yeah,
operation. we
that's
don't know,
operation.
right? Conceivably, yes, but that's not a
Okay,
requirement.
it's not the intention.
And parallel parking on the street is sometimes very limited. So I wouldn't restrict Who owns the parking lot? It's the city or
No, they do.
you all
It's
do?
part of their development.
Okay. Does the development have a problem with allowing people using the park to park there?
In our 11 new spaces? I think the answer would be yes, Myra.
Okay.
I think the difficult, I mean, we've got to deal with tenants,
they can
right?
use-
You know, we can't have, if we're going to try to lease these spaces, if
Yeah,
they're all
you need
taken
to
like
have parking.
parking.
So
right?
they can use the retail and then go to the park and they would still be in compliance, but I assume that operationally you're gonna have a time limit on these.
That will be, we'll have to work that.
Yeah,
out. You know,
right. Okay.
and not to belabor this, but, you know,
Yeah.
as Laura noted before, we do have the Berkowitz parking garage literally across the street. So if someone's coming to, and that's available public parking, and it's been there for 2 decades already. So if people are gonna visit the park, that's another alternative that's literally
Okay.
across the street.
And hopefully
Right,
they
that's
can walk
hundreds
from
of
the
spaces.
Baywalk soon.
Yes. It's all beautiful. Okay.
So anyways, my motion, back to you were pointing to the paragraph, but what I have to say is I have to make clear that the motion is the parking lot as the
Present.
applicant presents it, not as the parallel, because the plaza does not allow for traffic to go through it. So the parking lot with in paragraph 2, we're staying with 90-degree spaces. We're gonna make sure that the material is integrated with the plaza, that you use bollards or a continuous curb with landscape for a 2-foot wide vehicle overhang, and that the demarcation of the parking spaces should consist of changes in colors of the pavers and not surface paint. That's my motion, and the design of the building as presented. Any other, is that clear?
I would say to work with staff to create as much landscaping around the parking as possible, you know?
Yeah.
Give it the
and
most
to work with
park-like
staff
effect,
to-
which I think is what that's what they were trying to do. I mean, would you say, Rogelio, that's what you were trying to do with, yeah?
I second the motion.
I apologize. Can we make sure that the final order includes that fix to the 18-month provision that I discussed? Is that ringing a bell? No one listens to me.
Yeah, you stated at the
The
beginning, but it's
deadline
not in
for
the order.
obtaining a building permit for this application cannot be 18 months because it's subject to a development agreement which
Right.
governs the determination of
Right.
it. So that's, if we could just make sure that gets cleaned up in the final version.
Just amend the motion that we,
It's just a boilerplate all the
we
way at
amend
the
the
end.
motion that we don't hold it contingent to 18 months.
Yes, because of the design change of the
Because of the
building.
development. It's
Development.
contingent on the entire development.
So that's the second to last paragraph on page 6 of the draft order.
Correct.
And it would be replaced, the 18 months would be replaced with, within the provisions outlined in the development agreement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so we have a second, or?
Yeah, there was a second. Myra second?
I thought so.
I second, yeah.
Okay, motion by Mr. Diffender, for a second by Ms. Butaroli. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you very much.
And now I think we should take a lunch break.
Yep, lunch is here.
Okay, so it's 12:15 right now. Let's do 12:40. Recess. Thank you.
Please take your seats. The meeting is about to begin. Remember to speak into the microphone, as this meeting is being recorded for public record. Please stand by. We are going on air in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the October 1st meeting of the Design Review Board. We are going to continue on our agenda with DRB 24-1037, 4410 Alton Road.
So this is an application has been filed requesting a modification to a previously approved design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family residence with an understory on a vacant lot. Specifically, the applicant is requesting design review approval of the final design details and structural components of the new two-story single-family home. This project was approved by the Design Review Board on March 5th, 2024, and then, sorry, I apologize, on February 6th, 2024, and they continued the landscape plan to March 5th, 2024. On March 5th, 2024, the landscape plan was approved with the exception of landscaping abutting the building, and the portion of the projects along with the details of the structural components were required to be reviewed by the board prior to the issuance of the building permit. So they're here for that purpose. The order required that they come back to the board to get the final structural details of the roofing elements approved. The roof is designed using pretty advanced technology that the applicant will be going through. It involves the use of glass fiber reinforced concrete panels, a steel structure, steel sheets, as well as waterproofing layers. It allows for atypical shapes to be built. The applicant has shown other examples of this technology being used. And so staff has no objections to the proposed technology being used and recommends approval of the application. So that's it on our end.
Hi, good afternoon. I hope everyone enjoyed their lunch. And we're happy to be here today and appreciate you staying for this application. Emily Balter, Brooke Rodell Fernandez Larkin and Tappanez, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here today on behalf of Mauricio Rivera Kirshner and his single-family home at 4410 Alton Road. As Rogelio mentioned, this is a new single-family home with an understory that came before this board and was approved in December. At that time, we agreed to bifurcate the design from the landscape, and then we came back before this board and presented, and the landscape was approved in March. These approvals gave the applicant assurance to move forward with the design and put together a remarkable team of professionals. So as Rogelio mentioned, we're here today truly because of the uniqueness of this project, and it required that division of attention. We would like today to show the board the progress that we've made to make this vision a reality. The board asked and we agreed to come back with details of the exterior materials, the finishes, the structural components, and really how are we going to make this roof happen. So I'm excited to present the additional information and introduce you to this extraordinary team. Before I do that, I just wanted to mention that we're in agreement with staff's review and recommendation that the condition to come back to this board with this information has been satisfied. So we're respectfully requesting approval consistent with the updated board order in the record. So with me today in person is Farid Jacon with NMD Nomadas, as well as my colleague Michael Larkin. On Zoom, we have probably 12 people. Hopefully they stayed around, but it includes from ownership, Mauricio Rivera Kirshner himself and his architectural team. We have others from Nomadas. We also have the general contractors from Amarilla. We have the structural engineers of record from Optimus, as well as Grupo NH. So with that, I'll pass it over. If we could pull up our presentation, and I'll pass it over to Farid to walk you through it. Should I make it full screen or not?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Well, thank you so much for the opportunity and for the time. I'm Farid Chacon from R&D Nomadas Architects. Well, I hope that all the team is there. Still there, I don't know, but please. Well, in the last month, we were doing pre-construction phase for the project because you know the unique elements that we have there. We were doing a lot of research and talking with different companies in different countries in the world. We are working in this moment. We did this dream team with several companies from Mexico, Argentina, Spain, United States, local for sure, engineers, and for landscape, for civil, for structure for sure. We have been talking with several companies of glass, of concrete, selecting the perfect or the best system for our project, and doing all the work to guarantee that the design intent is going to be like the one that we did in the design and the owners wanted. And one of the principal things is about maintenance. And well, if you remember the project, we are designing this museum house is the name that we talk about the house because the different incredible elements that the owner want to have there. It's a tropical modern house with understory and 2 stories there, and with an incredible canopy that is the focus point of the daily life in the house. And for sure, the canopy is the goal, is the challenge that we have here to guarantee that the image that you are seeing is the one that we are going to have in the fact. That's why this scheme, I think that this draw is a really good professional brief about what we are doing there. We are working in this moment with a conventional concrete structure in the first 2 stories. And we are working from the second story to build the canopy with a steel structure and this parametric shape that we are doing with a cylinders element of steel. We already have the company who do this. And in this moment, we are going back and forward with the final design and calculation of the elements, and with the coordination with the concrete team and the GFRC panels that we need to install over the steel canopy. You know that this is the Revit images of the project in which we are showing all the shape that we have with this parametric structure that is in this moment is feasible in a geometrical cost and in a building way. We did several, go back and forward with the engineers, solving the perfect elements of building detail that we need to have to do it in a right way in the field. At the end of the day, just because the shape is a typical steel structure. In this moment, we are working with a GFRC company with a division of Spain in the final painting of the finishing of the elements, and we are doing several and different proof about the colors and about the texture of the concrete. I think that this is one of the reference projects that we checked with the companies. It is practically the same that what we're gonna have, the steel structure with the GFRC concrete elements, covering all the steel structure. You know the project, and in this moment, with all the work that we did in the last 7 or 8 months, I think that we are really clear about the path that we are walking, and we are really clear about the feasibility of the proposal that we have and the construction system that we select, and for sure with the budget that we have, and with all the process that we need to coordinate to transform this dream in a fact in Miami Beach.
And we just have the site plan.
Cristobal Area from our team is there. He's the head of the technical team of the office. But if you have any question about the process, I hope that Chris and the engineers and the structural, I think that they are there too. We are absolutely happy to respond any kind of question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes
Your presentation, thank you.
Before we move on, I just want to say thank you for your patience. And as you can see, we had to adjust things, so we all appreciate that, yeah, that you were here and you waited, and it made things easier. Thank you. Thank you. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak?
No hands are raised online.
Okay, then I'm now going to close the public portion, open it up to the board for any comment. I will actually begin in that the reason that this was, say, continued was that, the one architect that we have on the board had some, questions about the structure, and unfortunately she's not here today. So I don't really know where that leaves us. I don't know what the other board members, I was really looking forward to hearing her thoughts on this, because we're not, I don't know if you feel like you're able to.
I wasn't even here for the initial presentation, so I'm not sure.
So to catch you up,
Okay.
this is, as you can see, this very spectacular, very unique, innovative. I feel like that's the word I'm looking. It's very innovative design, and Shauna had some reservations about, at least at that point, is this what you're showing us? Is that structurally possible, and are we really going to get this, or is it going to change significantly? And so, as part of the condition, we had them come back so she could review once you did all the work that you've done, just to see in case you found, it seems like you found people to say, yes, we can make this work, and here's how it can be happening. And her concern was that they wouldn't be able to do it, so that's why they're back again. So I know you have architects on your staff, how you think that they did satisfy the needs, and all the technical sounds appropriate to you.
Yes, it still needs to obviously go through the building permit process and make sure the structural review and all that stuff. We did meet with the applicant, and they presented to us other examples of this type of architecture being approved, not necessarily in the city of Miami Beach, but in other places, and it is feasible to design a roof system with those curves and with these shapes that they are proposing. It is possible to design it and meet the wind loads that are required here in Dade County. So they satisfied our questions that we had regarding the feasibility of the project, and we think it can proceed.
And did you have the same questions that Shauna did when she brought those up?
Right, yes. Yeah, we asked about water drainage, about the feasibility of how it's all going to function, how it's going to stand, how are the columns work underneath, waterproofing and repairs, maintenance over time, because that's a major issue. And they satisfied our questions regarding its feasibility and long-term maintenance.
Okay.
So.
I think, they're going ahead and doing their due diligence and getting all the documentation, calculations for wind load and fabrication that is required. But through permitting process, if this doesn't meet the code from a structural standpoint and all of the following, then it's not going to be permitted. So all I think we can ask is that if during permitting process, the design changes, can it then be brought back to the design review board?
Well, staff would say it's inconsistent with the DRB approval and,
Right.
and they'd have to come back.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And-
Absolutely.
And they're not gonna get permitted unless it meets the Florida Building Code, so I don't see a problem with them proceeding.
My one concern with this design, which I had aired that concern the last times you were here, is with the roof structure. And I remember the roof structure looking different. Did it change from what you presented versus now?
Yeah.
Or no?
So what we initially presented.
You know, the things on top, the little on top of the
Correct.
roof.
So part of the direction of this board was to reconsider the rooftop. That was built into the already approved order. So as part of engineering of this roof structure, they have reconceptualized those, they looked, you referred to them as bird cages previously. They have reconfigured them, but this is still conceptual. But yes, it has improved.
Changed.
We simplified
Yeah.
the elements on the rooftop. We understood that maybe the bird cage was maybe a too formal additional element to the architecture, and we simplified and this element just for protection that we need for the elevators and the stairs. And that's why in this moment it's just a cylinder.
And then, so,
We
yeah.
reduced the
height.
height, yeah.
That, I
to-
mean, that was one of my main concerns because, and that's with the structure overall, it's very high. I mean, it's essentially, I saw in one of the materials you submitted, I think it was 51 feet from ground. I mean, so that's essentially a 5-story building in a residential neighborhood. And unlike some of the homes maybe on North Bay Road that are water facing, you know, I'm concerned with the appropriateness of the scale of this building within this direct neighborhood. That if it was, say, on the water side of North Bay Road, there's nobody behind them. You know, if the house is set back, but this is, you've got houses all around. This is a landlocked lot. I know it's a large lot, which, you know, that's why you have a very large house, but to add height and to add height and to add height, and especially with the design, I mean, it's supposed to look sort of soaring. You know, you have this undulation like it's flying, which is very beautiful, but then you have these roof structures. And so I think I really appreciate the design without the roof elements. I think that the roof elements make it less compatible with the neighborhood, and I think it also takes away significantly from the interest in the roof line. I understand that you have to have, you know, like the elevator, you know, the things on the roof, but I think that design of the structure would be significantly enhanced if that was not necessarily recreational amenity up there, but it was just a roof. And that was what I meant in my comment last time, and I stick with it. Although that this is maybe lightened up a little bit, it's that anything is, you know, I don't think there should be anything on there. And then in terms of the height, again, with the compatibility of the neighborhood, and one of our main charges as the DRB is to ensure that all the buildings are compatible with their neighbors. And I feel like with this design, it's not. And it's not because of the lower structures, it's just because of the height. So I don't know what my other board members would say,
Yeah.
but I feel very strongly about that.
Rogelio, I'm reading the memorandum, staff report and recommendation. It says that the maximum height allowed in the area is 50 feet, and the proposed height is 40 feet, which is equivalent to a 4-story.
We are under
30, 50
It-
feet.
But with the highest projection being 55, and those, I assume, are the bird cages.
Oh, you're okay, yes. So the maximum height limit is 31 feet, but we do allow for height exceptions up to, I believe, 20 feet above the roof line for rooftop decks, for elevator cores, for some other features that are open air.
So in this case, If they're at 40 feet, that's without the bird cages. You allow for an additional rooftop you just mentioned of 5 feet?
The roof line cannot exceed 31 feet, so the curbs for the roof deck, those are additional height exceptions that are allowed in the code. The roof deck can only occupy a percentage of the rooftop. I believe it's 20, let me look up the code section, but I believe it's 20% of the rooftop.
I also thought that anything on the roof couldn't be solid cover, or is that, I could be wrong.
Elevator cores can, and a small elevator lobby can. Everything else has to be open.
But they're allowed, the height of these bird cages is how much, from ground to,
From
8
top to
feet.
bottom.
from top to bottom?
8 is the minimum that we can have in a technical way.
I'm sorry?
8.
8 feet?
Yeah, it's the minimum that we can have in a technical way to cover.
So
in
these
the,
bird cages are 8 feet high?
yeah.
And that is allowed by code, Rogelio?
Let me look up the exact number, but I believe so.
Yeah.
Let me look up the exact number so I can.
And we have all the setbacks that the code require for, reduce the vision from the street to that point.
Okay, and through the chair, if I may, we did agree in the existing board order to reduce the height below the maximum permitted. So we're not maxing out height.
Right,
Everything, unit size, setbacks, everything fully complies with the code.
No, I understand. I mean, and
to-
that's.
To minimize that impact.
That's what I'm saying. You know, I mean, I understand that this is the code. And clearly with the design of the entire house, you've really gotten very creative, which is what is allowed under the code, which I think is really interesting. But, we're looking at the context of the neighborhood and it's so much. And just with the design, a lot of times, it's the design of the building makes it look taller or shorter. That's why we review the understories to make sure it still reads as a house as opposed to a 3-story building. And with this, it's just out of proportion with the neighborhood. Just the design that maybe and I'm not saying you should do this, if say the roof structure was a little bit more simpler, you wouldn't have that. But it is, and I'm not saying you should take that away, that's a major element, but there are design choices that were made that I think were good, but as a whole, it comes across as being out of proportion for the neighborhood, and that was why I was against the roof structures. In addition, I happen to also feel like the roof itself is busy enough, and just from a design aesthetic perspective, I think the building itself would look a lot better without having the activation on the roof, and that you could appropriately hide the elevator and the air conditioning screening where you wouldn't notice it, but as designed with all of these other seating areas and amenities, that counteracts that, and it's almost fighting the roof because it's also very busy. It's not just one thing. You have all these swirly different things.
It's the entire roof.
It's the entire
And
roof.
I don't disagree with the comments just made, but Rogelio, can you explain if the highest projection is 55 feet and the maximum allowed is 50 feet?
So the highest projection is, so the allowable height exceptions are actually 10 feet. So if the height limit is 31 feet, then the projections could go up to 41 feet. And so that's the rooftop deck. So for allowable height exceptions, we allow for elevator bulkheads located as close to the center of the roof as possible, and to be visually recessive so that they do not become vertical extensions of the exterior building elevations. We do allow for some covered structures which are open on all sides and do not extend the interior habitable space. And such structures shall not exceed a combined area of 20% of the enclosed floor area immediately below, and shall be set back a minimum of 10 feet from the perimeter of the enclosed floor below. And then the other rooftop exception that they would have are parapet walls only when associated with the habitable roof deck or when used to screen the top of mechanical equipment. When associated with the habitable deck, the parapet wall shall not exceed 3 feet 6 inches above the finished roof deck height. And those are basically the allowable height exceptions that they're utilizing.
So if you can bring it up, we're looking at, from the architectural plans. It's architectural plans too. It's a drawing that has the elevate, it's an elevation.
The elevation.
Let's
It's
see.
the east elevation.
If you're looking at 50 feet, you may be looking at the measurement from grade,
Yeah,
as opposed to the measurement from the base flood elevation plus freeboard,
yes.
which doesn't count. So maybe that's where the.
Well,
yeah.
this is how the code is, that it's, okay, this is the max, and then there's freeboard, and then there's,
Right.
I think we need to always look at from the ground.
Right.
The earth to the absolute top of the building, which according to their elevation is 51 feet.
Yes, from grade, yes, that's.
You
that's
know,
correct.
with this double lot, very large, and so that's the issue that I'm having, and I realize that it is.
Yeah,
And
we're
you're
not
saying that-
counting the height until you get above the freeboard. That's where we start
Right.
measuring your height.
Right.
So you're saying the 51 feet of height that they currently have in the east elevation page at least is allowed, even though the maximum allowed is 50 feet, according to the memorandum.
The maximum allowed is 31 feet plus the 10 feet of projection, so that's essentially 41 feet. And then everything below their freeboard is not counted as part of their height limit. So from wherever the sidewalk is to the base flood elevation plus freeboard, that doesn't count as part of their height limit. We start measuring your height from that point up. So
And
that
that I
may
think
be,
is
that may be
10.
higher than the sidewalk. That's probably,
Yeah.
4 or 5 feet higher, maybe 6 feet higher than the sidewalk level.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think that one of the important thing to talk and to understand, and I agree about the, maybe if you see the house is too high, but the thing is, the city increased, or the FEMA increased the crown of the street 3 feet for the 2025. If we receive the requirement to design with the new crown of the street, that's for sure that with the new crown of the street, with the new requirement of FEMA, the old houses are under the level of the water. That's one of the things that, because you see maybe this in this way, because when you see the new FEMA requirement
Right.
is over the level of all the houses in the old houses in the area.
Yeah, no, I'm not. I agree, especially in lieu of what just happened with Hurricane Helene. I'm not saying lower the lowest floor. I'm just saying the structures that you put on the roof, are just excessive.
Yeah, Rogelio, and I'm sorry, but I'm not understanding. If the proposed is a 40-foot height, 4-story structure, the maximum allowed is 50.
So the height limit to the roof is 31 feet. And then you're allowed some minimal exceptions above that of up to 10 feet.
Which makes
So
it
that would be
41.
41.
Okay, and then you have to subtract from there.
And so then
the
everything
area-
below, everything below we don't count as part of your height limit.
38.
Everything below
The
in
freeboard
the
elevation.
understory? And how high, what is the height of that?
It depends on the base flood elevation and the grade. Let me pull it up real quick.
There's
Appears that
it looks
theirs is
13.
13.
They're using,
Or
yeah,
the-
they're maxing it out. The freeboard is 5 feet. Let me look up where the grade elevation is here.
It said that the understory ceiling is 15, so from the ground to the ceiling of the
Of the
understory,
understory,
it's
it's
15.
15 feet.
So it's 15 plus the 31 plus the 10.
So Madam Chair, can I just
Sorry.
give a, so this is a little bit confusing. We did want to give all the different measurements, how you could measure height. But you all have to remember the genesis of all of this is when there's a conflict between the Florida Building Code and the city zoning code. The Florida Building Code, in anticipation of sea level rise, said you all must put your slab at base flood elevation +1.
Plus one.
But then the city zoning code is like, well, they might say that, but we measure from grade. And so it penalized people that are trying to be more resilient. So the city thoughtfully revised the zoning code and said, okay, we're not going to penalize you anymore. We're not going to measure height from grade. We're going to measure height from base flood elevation plus freeboard in order to encourage resiliency. I tell you, every client that approaches me now wants to do an understory. They don't want any house anywhere close to the street anymore. So almost all homes are going to be understories that you all will consider going forward. So here, what our client has offered to do, we understand your concern that we're just adding massing on top of massing. So we can substantially reduce the cladding that's around these rooftop features and just bring it down to what's absolutely minimum to screen the AC and the elevator to address your concern about there's too much height. But we are doing things in accordance with the code. Yeah, we're not trying to
Well,
be
is it-
tricky or anything like that.
Is it possible to reduce the height of the understory? That my understanding from looking at this elevation drawing is 15 feet in height.
Yeah, we are in the minimum habitable. We have less of 10 feet
Okay, so
there.
This says 15 feet. Obviously, this is not correct because you're saying you're at the minimum.
Because, well, yeah, so the clear space is the minimum that we have in this moment.
The
You know,
15 feet is essentially from generally sea level. So,
Okay.
so it's probably, the grade is probably at 4, I would assume here.
Yes, it's about 4, between
Yeah.
4 and 5 would
So
be
then you're really, the 15 minus 4, you're really at 9 feet above
9
grade.
feet.
We have
And
less than
that's
9.
basically the roof, the space between the floor of the understory and the ceiling of the understory.
Exactly.
I don't think you should, my issue isn't with the understory. I think they're very useful and I'm happy to see more of those projects. My issue is, on the one hand, with how the code is written now that we are doing understories. I think there also needs to be an acknowledgement that maybe because we're raising the understory for very appropriate reasons, that maybe there shouldn't be these rooftop structures, that those which are unnecessary, those are part of the problem. And I think in this case, not only do you have these roof structures, but from a design perspective, they're interfering with your design. And you know, I could see how your client wants to have a habitable roof, but from the perspective of making this a really exquisite, notable design, those roof structures are counteracting the effect. And I think the design would be much more strong if it didn't have those. In addition, it's not the height that's being created, which although that with this design is not compatible with this neighborhood, that maybe if the lot was in a different location, it would be. But in this plot of land, in this context, in this specific situation, the height of the structure as proposed, I do not think is appropriate, is compatible with the neighborhood. And that is something that we are responsible for ensuring.
And at the end of the day, this may meet the zoning code. No, otherwise it wouldn't have been here. But the problem is that we see is that it does not blend with the rest of the homes community that this home is being built on. It just sticks out. And if it were further back recessed, but you can't, because usually those lots are about 120 deep.
And there's
more or
houses
less.
behind it.
And there's houses behind it, so you can't, there's no way for it to blend. And that's the problem, that it doesn't work with the rest of the community. But it meets the code. I don't know that we can take a stand otherwise.
I think
Chair,
that
may I
that's what
ask
we
a
are here
proce-
for, that's what we
Through the chair, if I
are.
can ask a procedural question on that point. So we have design review board approval and we have landscape approval, and we came before this board, and I'm asking it of Rogelio. We came before this board specifically to address condition C. At this time, can we add another condition, saying that we would agree to review
Well-
and minimize any additional roof structures to the minimum extent necessary?
I mean, I
with
thought that
staff?
the order was that the roof structure would be addressed. I mean, you changed the roof structure from what we saw and from what we sort of approved under the condition that you would work with staff to minimize it. And it hasn't been minimized to the effect that I think it needs to be. So I do think this is appropriate for something that we should discuss. And Rogelio, if you go to, I also was very much under the impression that one of our major criteria to review on is a structure compatible with the neighborhood? And even if it does meet the zoning code, if it's not compatible, then we do not have to approve it. And so.
But then why
No.
did we in the last
Not-
meeting?
Because they said they were going to change it, and they didn't change it in the way that I
Well,
think
Then it doesn't get
effectively
approved until it
does
gets
it.
changed.
Yes.
It doesn't get approved until it gets changed, and I thought that it was only coming back because a board member expressed concern with that roof structure being structurally sound. Which to me, if it's not structurally sound, they're not gonna get the permit. Now, if it's not, what's the
So-
word that you used? If it doesn't blend with the rest of the neighborhood, that's a different issue altogether.
But the primary, I understand what you're saying, I'm not challenging your authority to further shape the design. But this last hearing, this last part of the triplet, this trinity that we're on, was just really to discuss the constructability, because it was an unusual design, and that was what Shauna had requested. But Madam Chair, again, I'm not disputing, you want the rooftop further addressed, and I think that's fine. But what I'm asking you all is, would you agree to a condition to substantially reduce all the rooftop structures, like, you call them bird cages, I don't know if it's the best term, but it's a descriptive term. We'll just reduce them down to the minimum necessary to screen them. It could only be like 5 feet above the roof, for
Well,
the
I mean,
AC.
what is with the insistence of having that be a habitable amenity? I mean, was that something that
No, in
And
a
it
technical
isn't-
way, we need to protect the stairs and the elevator,
I understand that?
and that's it. We don't have any kind of habitable area there. It's just a door with a small lobby to protect the door of the elevator.
Right, so you
that's
can
it.
access the air conditioning and the elevator machine room.
No, that we're selecting in this moment vacuum elevator, for example, to reduce the height of the elevator, because we don't want to have a machine room in the top of the elevator, because with that we need more height. That's why we changed the system. It's a little bit more expensive, but we did it to reduce the height of the element in the elevator. And for the stair, we just need the minimum by code to have a door and to go into the house in the stairs. That's it. We are trying to do the minimum that we are allowed to do it by code in a technical way.
Right, and I don't think the bird cages are the only issue that keep this project from being compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. I think it's the roof itself. And the bird cages or, the elevator housing is another issue. But it's the roof itself, it just, while beautiful, it's just not compatible with the rest of the neighborhood. I think that's what I heard at the last meeting and what I'm hearing again this time.
I mean, I don't mind the roof. I just think that
Then I'm wrong.
what you're.
Thank you.
But I do think that what you've plopped on top of it the building should end at that really pretty roof. That's all I'm trying to say. And that I don't think that the roof, and I thought I was more clear with this the last time, but I guess I wasn't, that the roof should not be habitable space. It just should be access. And because you're putting amenities up there, it's countermanding the beauty of the roof. And like I said, it makes it, Myra's point was that she felt the roof itself wasn't compatible with the neighborhood, but with this addition, it's bringing it, it's pushing the boundaries even more. I guess that's what. So I think that's part of the objection. And why would you, if the roof is not gonna be a habitable space, why would you need access to it? Why would there need to be a stair?
This moment, we have just a rooftop to our client who wants to go there to see the
Right.
city. That's it. We don't have any kind of activity there. We don't have a habitable area. We don't have gym. We don't have anything there. Just a space to to see the city. That's
Because-
it. It's a small, it's not a big area. There we're just including the landscape there to do it more human space, human enjoyable area. That's it. But it's a meditation terrace. At the end of the day, that is exactly the requirement of the client. It's a meditation terrace. And we are preventing, with the elevator, accessibility for the future. And we eliminate another kind of activity there in our proposal.
Is there a way that you could, because the necessities that you would need on the roof are a bit of height for the elevator shaft, and then also for screening for any of I'm seeing like an air conditioning unit and things like that. I can understand the elevator location is pretty fixed. But if you just added the screening for the air conditioning, made it very, very close to the elevator shaft, and that was all that was on there, I guess that's what I'm getting at.
We have an option that I can extend to the owner. I think that I think he agreed with that. We can change the elevator for an expensive one with a protected door there, and we can change the covering for glass. Maybe this could be less present from the perspective of the people, of the neighbors.
I guess I should say this, the elevator, is there elevator access to the roof? It was supposed to serve the roof as well?
Yeah, no, in this
not
moment
just
we have access to the roof with the elevator.
the elevator, so, and then the stair is just extra.
Yeah. Because fire, we can have anyone there without an egress
Right.
area there. Yeah,
I mean,
an egress exit there.
Yeah,
What is the area that's oval? It appears like a seating area that's on the southwest corner.
Oh, I think this might be the AC units. Is that
The
what you're
AC
talking about?
units, is that what that is?
Yeah, I think so. They're
One,
like white
one, one of the
boxes.
things that we wanted to show in one of the rendering from the street is that with the setback that we have there, it's almost impossible to see the element from the street because we have I think that 15
No, I agree. Yeah, I
feet
agree.
between
Well,
the border and it's we put it in the center of the structure. We try to reduce to minimum technical for technical feasibility. We reduce it, but maybe we can change the finishes by glass. Is gonna look maybe more simple.
well, and I was thinking about that, I could tell that that's why you put that picture in, but then that was when I started thinking about the people that live behind this house, and
They're
that
lower.
they're gonna see it, they're lower, they're higher, but they're lower, they're gonna see it, and again, and this is when I started thinking very critically about the compatibility of the structure with the neighborhood, and to the point of the height, I mean, the views that you're gonna get from that second story, which is really in relation to the other buildings, the third story, they're probably going to be able to see from that entire second floor that's enclosed in glass, they're probably going to be able to see the bay. They're probably going to be able to see a view that if you were on the roof of the houses next door, it would be the same view.
Yeah, but-
So they get a roof view from the inside of their house with the nice air conditioning and all the pleasant thing. And so that is part of why what I'm saying is that having this on top, this extra habitable space is just, it's unnecessary. Like I could see how you need the air conditioning and you get the top of the elevator. The elevator doesn't need to access the roof, but you need all of the mechanicals, but it doesn't need to have a spa and a roof garden and all of these things.
So-
That's my point.
This is what we could could offer to you all. Like, so, can you go back? Where was it? So on the north is the elevator overrun, right? We can get rid of the hut and just make it as minimal as possible, okay? Tracking down from there, we can narrow or reduce the parapet wall for that rooftop area. Just make it as minimal as possible. you know, and if the trees bother you, we can get rid of the 1, 2 trees, right? Going south to the stairwell bulkhead, again, get rid of the hut and just make it as narrow and as minimal as possible just to meet Florida building code. With regard to the circle around the AC equipment, we can reduce that just to the minimum necessary to screen it.
To screen it.
And I
Which is
think with those
typically
4
5 feet
actions,
in height.
yeah,
And even move them closer.
that would be fine too. So with those 4 actions, I think we've really reduced what you consider offensive about adding addition on top of an addition that you don't like.
Well, and
So-
it's not even, offensive is a strong word. I'm just saying it counteracts the effect of the design.
Right. True.
You know, it really, I just want to see the roof undulations, and now you're you're breaking it up with things. It's like, no, this is, it goes against the rhythm. So artistically, and then also, it's if there were other structures in the neighborhood that were just as tall, it wouldn't be as much of an issue from a non-artistic point of view. But because it's already so much higher than anything else around it, and there are houses all around it because it's a landlocked property, that's what makes it incompatible. So I think, at least to your point of how can we reduce it as much as possible. And that was what struck me, because I recall the version that we saw last time, it didn't have the screening, it was all white. No, am I not remembering it correctly?
No, it was.
It was there.
No,
Maybe
the
just-
screen used to be white.
Yeah.
The bird cage used
Yeah,
to be
it was
white.
all white.
We
Maybe that was it too. Maybe now that you changed the material, it made it more pronounced as opposed to less.
we can change it to white again.
You know, I mean,
without
I don't
any
know.
problem.
I don't know.
We're gonna
But
remove
but
it
I
altogether.
to your I appreciate that you're trying to find a solution, a compromise, and it's just yeah. I mean, I think it would be better if maybe it existed, but you didn't see it from the street, but they knew it was there, almost like a secret roof garden sort of setup. Because right now it's counteracting the effect that I think you are going for.
Okay.
Well, can you all accept those 4 modifications? I can go through them again. It's removing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a little nervous because that was sort of what I was getting at the last time. And then this is what we got. So I don't know if I should be more, I mean, this seems very specific, or if staff needs more direction about that, but I think.
So Rogelio,
What were your stipulations, Michael, that you
so the
had
first,
mentioned?
there's 4. So the first was remove the northern hut, make the elevator overrun just as minimal as possible. That's number 1. Number 2.
And wait, to
yeah,
do that, so maybe you would make the roof flat as opposed to
that'd be fine.
peaked or some,
Perfect.
you know.
I agree with that approach too. The second approach is the
Because
act-
I should say also how it is now too, it looks like you have these 2 giant chimneys at the top of your house.
Yeah.
And again, that's not the effect that I think you're going for.
Yeah, we'll just make it whatever's Florida building code necessary.
Yeah.
It'll be as small as possible. The
So
second
remove the
modification.
north hut, flat roof.
Yeah. Flat
And-
roof, remove the hut effect, remove like the beige covering, it'll just be white again. Whatever is there will be white again. Reduce the rooftop deck area to as minimal as possible. Remove
Oh,
the
wait, what
trees.
happened?
That's the third thing. Actually,
Remove the trees.
remove the
Okay.
trees, make the rooftop deck area as minimal as possible. Next is the south hut. So that's the stairwell bulkhead. So make that just whatever minimal Florida building code required, and that's what we'll do. It'll be white. And then shifting west from there is the AC enclosure area. We'll push that closer to the stairwell bulkhead, and we'll just do a minimal screening around it.
And minimal screening around the
The AC
staircase
equipment
on the
area.
south end.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
We can do that.
I think that would be I mean, I really think that you should reconsider anything up there, but if that's the, if that has to be the compromise.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
so
sorry,
much.
could you-
This
there
is
was
2
a
today.
third-
2
A
for-
third comment, can you repeat it? I
Sure.
apologize.
How about this?
Trying to-
I'll make a motion and I'll try to go through all of these 4 stipulations, and I know I'm gonna need help along the way. Okay. So I make a motion that we,
Oh, sorry. wait a minute, you mentioned the trees. Were you talking about reducing all of the green or?
I said
I think there
removing.
should be some green up there, but it doesn't need to be trees. It can be shrubs no more than 3 feet in height.
Can just reduce the planters to the minimum to have some green there, but just a small plants.
No more than 3 feet in height.
Yeah.
But this is, so then this continues to be a livable outdoor space when you put
Correct.
trees up there?
Well, no trees. We're saying remove the
Or,
trees.
or even shrubs? It continues to be an outdoor livable space?
Right.
And that's what I'm saying is not working.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the, you know, and then we have the planters and then you have the the irrigation for that and all, you know,
Okay.
it all
We have to remove the planters.
Remove the
necessitates
All
stuff
right, so we'll remove the planters and the trees,
and everything.
make it as Spartan as possible.
I mean, yeah, because you don't want it to conflict with,
Correct.
Rogelio, can I ask you a question? Does the code allow for 4-story structures that in single-family residential neighborhoods that include the understory and then a rooftop, outdoor rooftop livable area besides 2 livable?
It allows for an open
Floors.
air rooftop deck area, yes.
And what is allowed in that roof deck?
The roof deck has to be set back from the edges of the property a minimum of 10 feet. It can't exceed 20% of the floor area below.
Total area?
Can have some open air buildings, so you can't have enclosed floor area up there, but you can have open air spaces that are livable. That
Because
is
you
allowed.
can have furniture up there, but you
Mhm.
can't have any kind of enclosed area
Correct.
to sit on.
The only enclosed area would be the elevator.
Elevator.
Whatever's
and-
needed for elevator and stairs.
Staircase
Yeah.
and the mechanical equipment that gets.
Which
Uh,
can be
5
screened.
feet.
Yeah.
Right.
And you can have also covered, like a trellis structure up there as well. Okay. But it can't be an enclosed
Right.
habitable space.
Do you want to start from the top?
Sure. I make a motion that we approve the design of the roof with the following conditions. One, that they remove the north hut covering and replace the roof with a flat roof. That we reduce the rooftop deck. No, I'm sorry, number 2, that we remove all the trees, shrubs, and planters. Number 3, that we reduce the height of the staircase on the south end. And 4, that we reduce the rooftop deck,
The AC mechanical equipment,
the AC mechanical equipment.
make the screening as minimal as possible and move it farther east to be closer to the
To
stairwell
the main
bulkhead.
area, okay.
Of
Anything
staircase
else?
on the south. Okay.
Yes, we also proffered to reduce the parapet wall surrounding the rooftop deck area and then make it a little bit smaller. That was the last thing we did.
You mean surrounding the mechanical room and,
No.
the
The
whole thing.
mechanical equipment and,
There's a seating area in between the 2 huts.
Right.
What we're saying is we'll reduce the parapet wall that surrounds it
yeah,
and then just reduce it slightly in size.
So whatever the minimum would be for the Florida Building Code, which I believe is 3 feet 5 inches.
Yep.
Sorry, 3 feet 6 inches.
42 inches.
but your mechanical equipment allows 5 feet parapet wall around it, not the 3 feet 6 inches.
Whatever the minimum the Florida
Yeah,
Building
I
Code
think-
is.
I think he had mentioned 5 feet.
Or whatever the air conditioner
Yeah.
itself, whatever
Yeah.
the unit is, we want
Okay.
it to be fully screened.
All right.
Okay.
Second, anybody?
So that was an approval, yes, with those conditions.
Yes,
Okay.
that was the motion.
Okay.
We're not going
Just-
through this again. That was the motion. We now need a second.
Okay, sure, I'll second that.
Okay, motion by Ms. Butagavoli, second by Ms. Lewin. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And you know what I'm looking, you have the trellis there, so there will be green on the roof that they can see. So, anyway.
Thank
Good
you.
luck. Thank you.
We have one item left. We have two that the applicants are not here, so one action item.
Which one?
The last one, it's a home at 1265 North Biscayne Point Road.
Can we do it quickly?
Up to the board.
If we don't move quick enough, we can always leave.
Once I leave,
Once you leave, they lose quorum and then you.
they can't vote.
Because it's four of us, I have six.
You know, could you make your phone call 2:15?
I can't, I have two other, this is coordinated in advance. Sorry.
In the future, let me know.
I know, sorry.
Oh, you are awareness, right? Yeah. Okay, so should we get started then real quick on it? Okay, so this is DRB 24-1038. This is 1265 North Biscayne Point Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence with an understory level, including one or more waivers to replace an existing residence. This is in the RS3 district, lot size of 11,360 square feet. They are proposing an understory home. The understory home will be replacing an existing residence constructed in 1953. The understory will include a base will be built at 17 feet 2 inches NGVD. So there's a freeboard they're maximizing their freeboard, and they're actually exceeding their freeboard for where their minimum floor elevation will be. The two-story residence is designed in a contemporary architectural style with high-quality finishes, including bronze metal, fluted tiles, wood and glass. The front elevation is highlighted by a double bronze metal louvers and some angled columns. The sides and the rear elevations continue to be clad with fluted tiles and metallic bronze cornices accenting the roof line. Staff does have concerns with the front facade, that it could potentially be viewed as imposing to the street given the horizontality of the design. And so the facade does comply with the requirement. Typically, we have a requirement for, not typically, we do have a requirement for two-story homes that 35% of the second floor be set back an additional 5 feet from the required setback. In this case, the entire home is set back to 35 feet, so they are complying with that requirement. However, the intent that there be some movement is not complied with, so staff does have concerns, and staff does recommend that there be additional recesses at the second level somehow in order to, in the second level, in order to minimize that vertical impact in the design. The applicant is requesting also a waiver. The side yards have a length greater than 60 feet. So they are requesting a waiver of the open courtyard requirement for the side yard. In this case, they're exceeding the requirement by 9 feet 2.5 inches, so it's 69 feet. It's minimal. The design is, while they don't have the open space, the design does have movement, is designed well. So staff is not opposed to that waiver, given how little they are overrunning that requirement. So with that, staff recommends that the application be approved, subject to the conditions in the attached draft order. I turn it over to the applicant.
Okay. Good afternoon, Matt Amster with the law firm of Burkhardt, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, office at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. I don't know if all of our team's been sworn in, so you might want to quickly do that for us. And we do have one person on Zoom, Andres Montero is our landscape architect.
Got it. Is he on Zoom?
He should be on Zoom. I'm not expecting him to have to speak.
Okay. All right. Yes, if you were not here this morning, then if you could stand up and raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right. Thank you.
So here today representing the owner of this property and the applicant, which is 1265 NBP LLC, and with me is the effective owner, Yannick Ayache. He's a 14-year Miami Beach resident. He actually lives in the nearby area and is looking to build this home for his family. We also have Edwin Parada and others here from Yodazine Architecture. Renee Gonzalez is an architect of record. And as I mentioned, Andres Montero is our landscape architect, and my colleague Michael Yiannopoulos from our firm, who gave you a handout. If we can call up our presentation. The smaller handout is Yannick himself went around the neighborhood, especially to our nearby neighbors, to seek support, explain the project, and has gotten 3 letters of support that are in your handout. It's the 2 properties to our west, and then not our adjacent property, I'll explain that in a minute, but the one further to the east. But as you can see, this is now oriented where north is to the left. Our property is with the label 1265, but there's a vacant property to our east, which is under construction. In fact, this is an old aerial. There's actually a 2-story home with an understory that this board approved on that property. Also, to our, to the bottom of this, which is our west, is another DRB project, also with approval that also has an understory. So we're basically sandwiched in between 2 approved and 1 definitely under construction. And then even across the street, which is to the right in this diagram, you see also it's an area in transition, another home that's going to be built. Yannick tried to reach out to the owners of those properties, but being under construction, it's a little difficult to get to them. So essentially, he's gotten support of the nearby neighbors. Let's see. How did we? So here, just to give you an idea, the bottom left is actually that home to our east under construction. That was the vacant lot on the aerial. So you can see that their home with an understory is already under construction. These are just homes of pictures of our home, but you can see at the bottom middle and the bottom right side, that also shows you, that new home near our east property line.
Okay, good afternoon.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Edwin since there's limited time.
So the architectural design of the 2-story dwelling approached a architectural minimalist style, okay, which integrated the openness, privacy, and the combination of indoor and outdoor connection with the surrounding. What are the key elements of the design? We have an understory level, which is integrated with the landscaping. And also, I want to point it out that in this level, at the front setback, the house is towards to the interior. So there is a depth on the design of the main facade of the house. The principal access to the house is elevated and is also access to a slack modern staircase that leading to the first floor in an open courtyard, partially to the sky, but also setback from the front facade. Okay, the openness of the layout allows to integrate with the exterior and the surrounding, and also complying with all the needs that the and requirements of the occupiers. Okay. Another element of the design is the roof element, which is a interrupted line. It's an interrupted line that goes through all the perimeter of the house and provides like a minimalist design, but also a sleek detail in all the way through. Okay. Regarding the materials, there is a composition of different elements. Okay, we have the concrete, which provide like more solid or rustic pattern and feelings to the house, and the wood and the warmer colors balance the overall. Okay. Regarding the front facade, we have some particular elements that goes through the two-story levels and integrate the overall facade. Those elements also provide privacy, provides ventilation, by provide also to like a contemporary design to the house. Also, the house features a certain amount of glazing that provide natural light going inside the house. Regarding the front facade, we have a combination of different depths in all the elements that play very well and make a play of between the light and the shadows during all the day.
Edwin, why don't you go back for a second to the colored one?
Yeah.
Well, not to belabor the point of the different depths, it's important that the red on the left is are those louvers. They are closer spaced than the blue ones on the right side on purpose to help with this. Also, the red ones are closer to the building wall, where the blue ones are actually further out towards the street, and it helps, again, at various different both levels and areas. And then behind, at the ground level on the right side, behind the blue, there's an open courtyard, like on the first level, right behind that. There's just a parapet wall, and it's like a green space, but under the cover of the bedroom above. And then which you can see on the left side of the drawing, that's actually the ground level, and you can see that it's all green because that is a basically see-through, transparent, open space. And going perpendicular to that, like through the entire building, if you go back a page, back to the colored, right there. At the top, you can see that green space up at the top right. That's the courtyard on the first level. And then coming through the building, east-west, is basically an open courtyard. It makes for the compliance of our courtyard on the east side, which is the top of that drawing. And then at the bottom, it's open, and while we don't fully meet the requirement for the waiver, it's that same courtyard is providing openness. And if you go to the next image, this now shows you on that west side of our property where we're asking for the waiver. You can see the X, the white X in the center at the ground level. That's that sort of corridor through the building. And then here as well, with the openness of the understory and different setbacks at different levels, this is how we meet our waiver. Now you can go back to this one. So here at the bottom, just to give you a close-up, those are the louvers, the spacing in between. The left side is, the west side of the building. They're closer to the building wall. The louvers on the right side, which were blue colored, right? Those are further spaced out. Again, all purposefully and there's those columns and other elements like the courtyard open space that provide that movement. And to expand upon that, we prepared this handout. Really, if you just go to the second page, it's all you really need to look at. It is a rendering of the two projects that are understory homes approved on either side of us. And you can see that there's a great deal of architectural uniqueness between the projects, which, as well as those projects themselves, have a variety of different setbacks, different materials, balconies, different recessed areas. And so every project is really providing what we feel is an appropriate amount of recessed as well as variation that itself we feel our project fits in as designed without any further recesses and will be, again, a welcome addition and good for the context of the neighborhood.
Okay, so the overall, you can see all the elements or the key designs of the house. We have the vertical elements, we have the horizontally roof lines, we have the permeability of the louvers that go through the courtyard and the rest of the home, the combination of the materials, the main access to the house, the courtyard, and some views from the sides.
Just 30 more seconds? Yeah, so that's our presentation. We agree with all of staff's condition, although except for one, which is ID1D, which is about providing additional recesses at the front, which is why we spent some time to show you the color drawing, the rendering of the 3 understory homes next to each other, that we feel that our design is providing appropriate context for the neighborhood, as well as, the design intent and privacy that the owner's looking for. So we just respectfully request approval with the elimination of that condition. All else?
That's Roman 1D1.
D, yeah.
Which is additional recesses shall be incorporated into the second floor of the front side.
That's the one.
I believe that's you guys. So does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Comments from the public? I'm sorry, Sarah.
No. I mean, yeah. Are there any comments?
We have, no hands raised.
Okay, I'm closing the public portion.
No hands raised.
For the sake of time, I think that this project needs work and should be continued. And I'm very happy to describe more what I mean, but that's where my vote is going.
Okay.
So I don't know.
So yeah, so you don't have enough, you don't have enough votes for approval, but you guys, I can leave and you guys can.
Please speak into the microphone.
Oh, turn on your microphone.
I'm sorry. You guys can give comments without my presence, can you not? You just can't take action.
Yes.
But do you have,
Can,
I'm sorry, do you have comments on the design that you would like?
I'm not an architect, I'm a lawyer, but, the only time I ever have comments are on variances.
Yeah.
And none are requested, so.
Ferocia, does he need to be here to vote for the continuance? For the continuance, does he need to be here present to vote for it?
Or if we run out of time, you just get bumped to the next month
No,
anyway.
they're automatically continued, if you're not
Okay.
here.
You may leave. Yeah, unfortunate, but thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you
I
want
mean, I can start. I mean, I don't know where you're gonna go, Sarah. I mean, I have different opinions. I think the design is excellent. I appreciate staff's concerns about setting back the second story, but I mean, I think how you've offset that, what that's intended to do with the louvers, there's the top piece is a little setback and the ceiling looks like it's floating. I think that kind of gives that effect of relief. That is maybe what the intent of having that setback is there for. So that really didn't concern me. And I mean, I appreciate the design. I think that, I also appreciate the understory acting as a true understory, not as an additional floor as we see sometimes. So yeah, I'll see what you have to say, Sarah, but those are my initial impressions based on the presentation.
Thank you. Yeah. Myra, did you want to speak or do you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Matt, I'm really glad that you pointed out that detail on the side. I did not read it initially as being sort of set aside and that there were holes and the volumes didn't translate into the drawings. So I'm very glad that you mentioned that because now I'm able to read it in a different way. So overall, I very much agree with staff about the facade. And I would even go so far to say as one of the things that strikes me is that the front facade looks radically different than the other 3. And I would really, you have this, which is essentially, especially now that I see that it's not fully attached, it's just like a giant fence in front of the house. It goes 2 stories tall. I mean, that's sort of what it reads like. And again, I'm looking at a drawing, not an actual, but that's my concern. And then these details there's no cohesion between the facade and the rest of the house. So I think that your goal of creating privacy sort of swung a little too far, too much. And these, I don't know what you call the columns, the flanks, that also, I think that contributes to the sort of imposing nature of the facade that maybe is what, the staff had some comments on. I know that we did approve a house on North Bay Road a while ago that had these by the front entrance. However, that house was on, I think, I think they combined two very large lots, and the scale was very different, and it had a very different effect than this does. So for that one side, I agree with staff that it's imposing and it needs to be reworked. In terms of the waiver for the side, I guess now that, so that side, can you bring up, because I'm trying to decide, the side with the courtyard, is that the west or is that the east?
Yes.
That's the east side, and then it's the west side that you're requesting the waiver for.
Correct.
Is that correct? So the openness, so Matt, your argument that the east side is very open, therefore the west side doesn't have to be, was that what you were trying to say?
No, I
No.
was just indicating that we are compliant on the east.
On the east,
Which
okay.
is where even the roof allows for the openness, clear from the ground, which is the requirement that we don't meet on the
The other
west
side.
side. But the west has first that corridor that goes east-west through the house itself at the first level. I don't know if you want to pull up the.
Yeah, pull up a drawing, because I'm in general, it threw me with that one detail, and now I'm convinced I don't have a good sense of the massing of the house. So,
Obviously at the bottom is the understory, which by code has to be extensively open, so it is extensively open. The part furthest out towards the side yard is just the stair, which is the little green, like a little support structure for an outdoor stair, with the glass railing. So the blue is the next depth, which is the majority of the ground floor, but then on purpose to reduce the scale and massing, which is the whole intent of this requirement in the code to add the additional open space, is to not be, imposing upon your neighbor. And that's where at the second floor, there's additional setbacks of 2 feet 7 inches further is the red, and then orange goes even further, 5 more feet from that, because it's a open, it's a covered balcony, essentially.
I see, so you're
So
tearing
there's,
back.
yes, so everything is moving back. There's a lot of play in the different depths, and if you remember, our neighbor also has an understory, themselves that will be built in the future, facing themselves. So we're being as sensitive as we can with that, and have as an example, right? The courtyard by code is supposed to be 8 feet deep. Obviously, our opening there at the ground level would otherwise be compliant. It's just that we have the programming of the floor above doesn't allow it to be open to the sky. But then we push back above that, right? That the red area is further back, the orange area is even much further back.
Okay, sorry, I'm furrowing my brow because I'm just trying to understand what you're saying in relation to what I'm looking at. Do you have, maybe you could bring up I guess I'm looking at page 32 in the presentation, which is essentially the renderings, A15. Thank you.
13?
15, 8:15.
That, okay, so the part, just again, so I'm orienting myself correctly, the side that has the car and that's the driveway, that's the east side,
Correct.
okay? And then, so the photo to my right is the east and the photo to my left is the west side,
Yes.
right? So and what you're saying is that is set back a little bit.
Yeah, at the
And
left,
so-
of this drawing, all the way on the left side of the page, right? You can see in the center of the ground floor,
I see.
between the windows, you can see that that's the corridor
There's a lot
opening.
there.
And then you can see that for sure that the second floor at the front of the home is set back noticeably, as well as then you can see a glass railing, which is that terrace for the bedroom at the rear of the home is even much further set back. And remember, this area is 60 feet at most in order to then be required to provide additional open space. I believe we're 69 and change, so that the combination is not excessively over. It's not 100 feet long of a clear two-story elevation. You know, we've definitely taken to heart the intent of the code, and we feel that this meets it extensively. And we haven't even talked about landscaping, of which there will be significant amounts on both our property and our neighbor's property that provide additional screening, you know, of these facades. So we feel that all of that is meeting the intent and purpose of the code for the waiver.
Okay, and then, and sorry, again, just to clarify, and again, running through this with the renderings, this courtyard. So in one of the images, I guess it is A13, can you bring up A13? That, oh yeah, are you proposing to put grass there? Is that why you're showing that?
It's gonna be a garden, but it's gonna be artificial garden. We are playing, like, the idea is to integrate the space, like bring the greenery inside, but it's not gonna be a nature. It's not gonna be a nature.
So it's artificial turf.
Yes.
But there's, you know, there's planters, you can see the,
Yeah, but I mean, nothing's gonna grow under, there's no light there. You know, the things that, I mean, certainly grass isn't gonna grow there. And
Yeah, but in the west side, the facade is open, and it's also partially open to the sky. So.
But that's not,
Well, this is our representation, but basically we want to, this courtyard basically wants to integrate the house in all the, like, the ways, from north to south, from west to east, and also from bottom to the top. So all the spaces that are vinculated with this courtyard are connected by themselves. If we see the layout, if you are in the courtyard, you can see the ocean, because we have in front of that, we have the main living room of the house, plus the office. So we're trying to, you know, to like minimize the elements that we have in the facade, create permeability from the front to the back of the house.
Do you have another sketch of the
We can see
of
it
the
in
courtyard? Maybe that would.
1 second. We can see it in the floor plans. Here.
it's funny that you use the word permeability, because I feel like this house just feels really massive and impermeable to me.
But when we take a look of this section and the front facade, all the elements we are articulating with different clearance. So there is a variation, not also on the depth, but also the elements have a right position to maintain like privacy, but also not have a permeability between the indoor and the outdoor.
This is what I'm going to recommend. I think, because I get the sense too that, I mean, I don't know about, I can't speak, but I feel like at least the two of us, I'm just having trouble understanding the parts to the whole, and you're like, you can see through. And I would like to see when you come back next time, if you could build us a model. It doesn't have to be elaborate, but just so, because what you're presenting here, it's what you're saying and what I'm seeing, they're not really matching up. And I think that would really help your case, and it would convey your idea better than these flat drawings, because it does seem like there are some pretty sophisticated inner workings of the massing happening. And I think, you know, the courtyard, I don't understand the courtyard. And this excessive.
Can you go to A16? Because I think that one shows at least
This is this is the first floor, and that's what I want trying to say from the front setback to the back of the backyard. So the courtyard is connecting, you know, in that access from north to south. So we have, well, this is the answer here. Okay, so the courtyard connects from north to south, west to east, and also we have a partially open to the sky. So the courtyard is basically open to the rest of the house. So we have different access. The courtyard is open to the office, but we have permeability. We are proposing glazed panels between the office and the family.
Yeah, I think I think it would best convey what you're trying to say. Again, you guys have to come back anyway. If you could have some sort of model or something, because it's, I mean, I don't know. Is it
Can you
me
bring
or
up
is it-
A16?
I disagree respectfully. Like, it feels very light to me. I don't know if, I mean, I don't disagree. They have to come back anyways. So if, you know, if that'll help you understand. I get this sense of airiness. I know that it's concrete. I know that it's,
There.
imposing. Yeah, I guess this is
Okay,
might
so
help
that
you,
shows-
the bottom right one.
So that's the.
Right. So, and part of my
courtyard
point.
back there?
Yeah. Part of my point too is that this facade looks radically different than the other side. And that I would like to see at least some sort of cohesion. This does look light and airy, but your front facade is very imposing.
Which is,
Which is intentional, but the elements, the architectural elements that we want to wrap it up, the overall architectural is the roof. The lines of the eave of the building is the connectors that involve all the building, all the massive.
Right.
So we're trying to create some privacy in the front yard, but we want to open in the rear yard. But internally, the layout is connected.
Right. No, yes. No, okay. I'm understanding the concept. So, and I guess what I'm saying is that it's to the point that it's imposing. Like, it's too much.
so in looking at A16, the ground floor there that apparently has some chaise lounges or chairs, that's part of the courtyard, or is that just the understory?
That's the understory.
Okay, so, this view of the house, the rear view of the house facing the ocean, has, I think what the city planning department is recommending, that it isn't a flat front, as we have in the front view of the house, but it's staggered. It appears to be staggered anyways. And I think if you were to work on the front of design of the house to comply more with what the planning department is saying, I think it would give a more inviting and a less solid block in the front of the home. I don't know if I'm expressing myself.
No,
May I check
I agree.
Sorry, I'm Yannick Ayash, I'm the owner of the property.
Hi.
If I can just try to explain the facade. because
Yes.
I think that you think it's very imposing, which it's an opinion.
Yeah, yeah.
But I want to explain that show me the louvers.
Yes.
Look, if you see the space in between the louvers, you have maybe, I would say, 70% of open space. And inside, this is what you see here, you're facing south. So this is the street. So
Yeah.
from the street, even if you have louvers, you can see through it at a rate.
Please speak
I
into the
didn't calculate it,
microphone.
but I
Come
think it's
closer.
I think it's about 70%. I didn't calculate it.
Well,
I'm guessing from this.
yeah.
But
guess-
the louver itself is a straight shot down. It's a straight line down. And what planning is saying, and they're here, they can speak for themselves, but at least what I'm seeing is that where the louvers allow that much visibility, it's still in the front of the home. It's straight from the top floor all the way down, with the exception of the understory. And then you have the two walls that go from top to bottom floor, including the understory, which is the entrance. It doesn't have, because those louvers and entrance walls are a straight line down, it doesn't give any depth into the front of the design. It's all one, it appears if it's all one.
I just want to clarify something to know if I understand it correctly. Your recommendation was for the structure behind the louvers that are that are 5 feet deep.
I think our concern is with the louvers themselves.
It's the louvers
Yeah.
themselves.
Yeah.
And then to add to it, it's the two walls that form the entrance to the house. Everything is flat. And
And
in
tall.
the back, and tall. In the back, you may have it set back. We don't know. We don't see it. But if that can be changed somehow so that it doesn't appear to give a flat design in the front.
Maybe some of the louvers don't go all the way up. I'm not sure exactly
Right.
how you want to, how you
It's
want
what
to.
it-
What about, I'm just throwing this out there, if we left the louvers alone, but the door, like the centerpiece, which is all solid
walls.
wood, and it's very tall, and then the space above the door. No, not the walls, the door, and then the space above the door. Like, what if we played with materiality there, making that transparent, or maybe that gets set back? I don't know if that would break up the relief.
Yeah, I mean, also, we're not the
Right,
like,
yeah,
like,
just throwing.
no, it's what it's like, I don't think it's our responsibility to resolve this, but this is the impression. I agree with, I think it seems like, at least Myron, I don't know if you're agreeing, but we're agreeing very much with the staff that there's all of these elements that you have at the front that make it seem imposing and unfriendly. And there are other ways to perhaps incorporate privacy that don't make it read like you have a house that's encircled by like a big fence.
Yeah, I understand. The louvers, for us, it's like a layer that is architectural element. The facade has this dip in all the, from the bottom to the top. And we understand that these elements might be imposing, but we try to play with the materiality, which some elements are in like a concrete texture, but the other ones with wood. So it brings like a balance.
Well, and maybe that's what I'm saying, that maybe your presentation, that maybe if we saw a 3D model that showed the relationships between the different lines and the structures and the openness and the closedness that maybe can't be expressed as well in a 2D rendering, that would become more apparent to us, the rhythm and the openness.
And to me, I don't need the 2D rendering. I'm just concerned with the look of the front of the house. Very different from the look of the back of the house. And I think that goes into play with what the planning department is recommending.
And it's also the materials that you have these heavy, I mean, you have concrete and stone and brown, like it's dark and it's heavy and I understand that the louvers are meant to let light in, but again, you have a lot of them. Yeah, I mean, this is the feedback. I don't know if everybody, I feel like we're all sort of touching on similar things,
Yeah,
but
I know that doing the 3D models are expensive. Maybe it can be just done on paper next time you come back in one of
at
the
one point
renderings,
we had
so
somebody
that
who
you
often
can
had,
see.
we often required 3D models. Do you remember we had a board member who often,
have-
even if it was like
But to the point of it is timely and costly,
Yeah, it
and
is.
we are already inconvenienced because there was not a full board today to, I'm not saying.
I
it would've-
apologize, and he
No,
only
it's
told
not-
me
it's not
10
your-
minutes, 15
no,
minutes ago. I'm sorry about that.
It's just the way that it is, but I wouldn't want to lose any more time. I mean, I think that Rogelio's going to tell us if we don't get revisions to you by next Monday, that we already it's already 2 months before we can come back. So, as well as, our burden is doubled because of the short board. The other members aren't here. They didn't get a chance to hear our presentation and your thoughtful comments. So it's really
For
troubling
me,
that I wouldn't want to just be, I appreciate the suggestion, if that's what we can keep it at for a model. We can
Yeah.
see if we can get it done, but I don't want to be required to do it,
Yeah.
if you can understand.
And
And we will
yeah.
do our best to obviously
Yeah.
come back with a way to express it.
It was a suggestion because you clearly have a point of view, and it's clear this is an important part of your design, and I want you to be able to communicate that as effectively as possible. And yeah, I mean, I think to see it in 3D would be able to communicate your idea best, but that's just my suggestion. But overall, yes, we have some criticisms of the
Yeah.
design.
I think I hear the same thing from her. I personally do not need a 3D. If you want to do something on paper, because I know it's time consuming and costly to do those 3D models, but I would like to just see next time you come back, some change to the front that goes more in line with what the planning department is saying.
Yeah, I'm wondering for the 3D model issue, like could
We do have a 3D model, if
Oh.
you wanna see it.
Oh, yeah, like maybe you do a video walkthrough or something through
Is that
your-
something that
I don't know.
that the
Can I show it?
can
Can I
be
show it
put.
to you?
Yeah, show it to her.
I think I'm,
You know what, though? I think it has to be part of the public record,
Yes.
right? Anything that you submit. So for next time, in the past, though, I don't know if the system has been upgraded, but there's maybe a limit to the file size, and we haven't been able to get those.
Yeah, that's been,
That I think
that's
is
been difficult too.
a problem.
I think that is still a problem. I'll verify if that's changed, because we do have a new agenda system. But that has been a problem in the past.
I wonder too if even, like, not a laser printer, but a 3D printer would be a less expensive way to create. I don't know.
But if we have a visual 3D that we can move around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something.
Like a rendering, but we can move around.
Something that's what we're concerned, that the file is gonna be too big for the city system to handle. So that's, yeah, that would be fine. Yeah, well, you know, whatever. But again, it's just a
Can we go
suggestion to convey your idea.
We apologize that we don't have a full board today.
But hopefully, what we've
But
been
you've
saying.
gotten some
yeah.
comments, and so, even if we would have had our fourth member today, it wouldn't have been approved. I hope that these comments help you for the next presentation.
Yeah. Do you have any other questions for us? I mean, do you have a bit of like good direction of where, you know, recommendations, where we'd like to see a little bit?
What we understood from staff was that the structure behind is at more than 5 feet. Because if you look at the louvers, actually the louvers on both sides are not at the same depth. One is at 2 something and the other one at 3 something. I'm sorry, I don't have the exact number, I can look at it. So they are not at the same. So the recommendation was actually for the structure behind and where the rooms were, which is the 2 rooms on the second floor and the 1 room on the first floor, because this part is actually maybe 15 feet deep, where you have the garden, where you have the how did we call it? I'm sorry.
Courtyard.
The courtyard, I'm sorry. Where you courtyard. So here you have 20 feet or 15 feet of depth. The other one, this is why we talked about, I don't know if you remember, about bringing the one of the room closer, so you wouldn't have the 5 feet, you would have 4 feet. But I don't know if it's going to change the issue, because really the issue you have is with the strictness of the louvers.
Correct.
which
The
is not
louvers don't
which is not
allow
the-
you to
the-
see.
The code requirement of the structure in the back.
You're complying with the code requirement, because the entire structure is set back at 35 feet, which the requirement in the code is that 35% of the second floor be set back an additional 5 feet from the required setback, which is 30 feet. So you comply with that requirement.
But out of those 35, out of those 5 feet that we need to be, it's 35 feet, sorry, that we need, we actually have a part which is a courtyard that is at 50 feet. So we do have depth. We didn't convey
But it
very
can't
well
be
that the-
seen. It
Sorry?
can't be seen because of all the louvers.
So
and
maybe we can
in the
spa-
front
you
that
know,
are just
remove
one
some of the
flat.
louvers,
It
make
just
a
looks like one
wider
flat massing
spacing.
in the front.
We
And
could-
I think
Yeah, that's what we were thinking, that you
should
could play with the
We could-
louvers
we could
around a little bit.
remove some
to-
louvers to create
Not the
a
structure
more
behind the
openness.
louvers, but because
Yeah.
it appears that you have different depths behind the louvers, but it can't be seen. So if you play with the louvers, as Rogelio is saying, you should be able to,
Can we project on the screen this image? Like happy?
yeah.
Okay.
Can he
We wanna
project
suggest
something
if we
on the
remove-
screen he wants
If we
to?
reduce the quantity of the louvers to increase the permeability on the facade, that will something that you might approve?
I mean, I don't know, we'd have to
We'd have
see
to
it,
see
you have
it.
to do it. You know, I can't, it's hard to piecemeal, be like, oh yeah,
Right
that,
now,
or,
we
you
just
know.
see this.
Yeah.
And yet behind this, which is the louvers and the 2 walls that mark the entrance, are different depths of the home. But we don't see that, you know, so you don't really see any architecture of the home. You just see the louvers and the wall for the entrance, one flat area.
Yeah, I think also too, in this, I don't know what page this is on, but not only do you have the white sort of columns in the center that are, but you also have it on the edge. So again, that's, I think, also contributing to the fact that it seems like very imposing, that you have these very tall columns and the flat roof. It all combined, it does have that effect of it being very imposing. And so I feel like there's a lot of there's a lot of things to play with, but yeah. Okay. I think We're good? Okay, I mean, when I say are we good, you have some direction as to where we're thinking and realize that, and I apologize that he had to leave, but again, I think this would have been continued anyway. And then in terms of the waiver on the side, I actually don't agree with, I don't think that you've complied with the intent of the code. However, if maybe there's more of a 3D model where I can see the cutouts and the depth and the recesses, maybe it will convey a sense of
Rogelio,
lightness.
can you explain that waiver?
Yes, so the code requires that when you have a two-story volume on a side yard setback that exceeds 60 feet, you're required to have an open space equivalent to 1% of the lot area, and it must have a depth of 8 feet, be regularly shaped, and be open to the sky. So in this case, they're exceeding that dimension by 9 feet. So most of that dimension that they'd be exceeding would have to be an open courtyard, and so they're not complying with that strict requirement. So they've requested a waiver, which is allowed to be approved by the DRB.
And that open courtyard, on the first livable floor does not qualify them.
Correct.
on
Yeah,
the other
it needs to be from the ground all the way up.
Okay.
And the intent of that code is that you don't have just this long, solid, expansive wall right next to you. Like they have.
Oh, well, remember,
But
the
that's what
second
I'm saying,
floor
maybe it's just
has
hard to
multiple
read.
different
The
depths.
second floor has
That's
different
what I'm-
depths,
and
and
that's
so
what I'm
does the
saying.
first floor with all of its openness because it's an understory.
Yeah.
What doesn't have it is the third floor, with the second livable
The
floor.
second level, yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. It might just be the materials aren't conveying that, because from what I'm seeing, it doesn't seem to meet that intent. But again, that's just that.
You'll see clear on through the house. I mean, that's
Right,
a
okay.
view
I mean, that's
That's
what,
a view I think that could be expanded upon,
Something.
so, yeah.
okay. So I think that you have some direction. Any other comments or questions for us? Good. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I think we should adjourn our meeting.
So the remainder
Oh.
of the agenda is continued to the November 5th meeting. Let me just say the file numbers in case anybody's listening. So that's DRB 23-0960. That's for 704 84th Street, known as Dembora Bay 2. Then DRB 23-0961. That's for 2125 Bay Drive. That's for Dembora Bay 3. And then we have this item, which is DRB 24-1038, which is 1265 North Biscayne Point Road. Those three items will be continued to the November 5th meeting.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you very much. See you
And
next month.
Rogelio, is that the deadline for that?
I think
Like,
we would
can
need
you
it,
work with us?
We usually get by the 14th, Monday the 14th, first thing.
The 14th, okay.
So that gives us a week to review and revise our staff reports.
All right, so Monday the 14th.
If
That
you
gives
wish
us-
to make the November
that
meeting, if
gives
not,
us-
we have the December
Right.
13th, I believe.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Sorry, December 10th, or no, 17th.
Something went wrong in the first meeting too, right, with them? Or what was it? I wasn't there for that one, but I think a lot of people aren't here for that.
Somebody had to, we lost, somebody had to leave. But then we sat with them like we sat.